Okay.
Okay, very good. We're on the record now. We're gonna begin today's agenda. This is July 31st, 2020. And the board, we have all 5 members with us, and we're convened to hear the case set for 8:30 on our docket, which is an elevator division case. And it's case number 20-0074. And I understand that we have Mr., am I pronouncing this right, Schwiebert or Schweibert?
Correct. That is John Schwiebert.
Schwiebert, okay. And we have Chip Updike on from the division. If each of you would identify yourself, beginning with you, Mr. Schwiebert, state your full name and then spell your last name for us. Do the same thing with Mr. Updike, and I'll have our court stenographer administer an oath, and we'll get started.
It is John Schwiebert. Last name is SCHWIEBERT.
Mr. Updike.
Charles Updike, Chief Elevator Inspector. Last name UPDYKE.
Okay, if each of you'd stand, raise your right hand. Nick, would you administer an oath?
Sure thing. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Okay. All right, very good. Many times we don't have the appellant with us when we have the elevator cases, and Mr. Updike went through the issue, but to defer to you, Mr. Schwiebert, you have the floor unless you want to turn it over to Mr. Updike.
I would turn it over to Mr. Updike, please.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. 3-story building, existing building, and in the need of an accessible lift is installing a LULA. The current standard, the ASME standard, Section 5 restricts the lift to 25 feet. This particular building needs 26 feet, 3 inches. I don't have any objections or provisions.
Any questions of either of the parties?
Yeah. One, is Alula able to serve multiple floors? And 2, how come a conventional elevator can't be put in its place?
It's usually a budget issue as far as why it can't. And yes, they can serve multiple floors. They actually serve multiple floors and multiple landings, if you will. So they'll go up 3 floors, or go up a half a floor and have a side exit and a rear exit. So there's multiple exits on these. I think this particular one is just a traditional 3-stop all front exits. But Mr. Schwiebert can explain more if you have any other questions as far as why they didn't put a traditional elevator in there, but typically it's a budget issue.
The next question would be, again, 3 floors is a lot of floors. I'm not as concerned about the run. Is this enclosed in a shaft like a regular elevator would be?
Yes, it is fully enclosed.
Okay. I have no other questions, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions of any of the parties?
Is this yeah, this is Chip Welch. Is this a replacement of an existing equipment, or is this just a new addition?
I believe this is a new addition to an existing building.
Okay.
Is that true, Mr. Schwiebert?
Yes, it is.
Okay, gentlemen, thoughts?
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it.
Myself as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and Brad?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I have a question though. Is there already elevators there?
I don't believe so. No, Mr. Schwiebert could explain it if there was.
There are no other elevators on site.
Why are you adding one now?
They need it for accessibility reasons because they do have 3 floors of this existing building.
So it's for like disabled, handicapped people?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. So,
Likewise, I'd entertain a motion then.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Paul Began for Board of Building Appeals case number 20-0074. The appellant is Sandusky Artisans for the premises Sandusky Artisans at 138 Market Street, Sandusky, Ohio 44870. The appellee is Charles Updike, Chief Elevator Inspector for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number E 2020-66761. I move to grant the variance without condition, noting the no objection of the Chief Elevator Inspector.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Welch. Motion's been made. It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Schwiebert, the variance is granted unanimously without condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay. Susan, do we have, or I can ask on the phone, do we have our Portage County parties? Pine Grove ready to go?
Probably not.
I believe Patty Simpson is.
I see, yes, I see Miss Simpson.
Oh, there she is.
I do see her. What about Mr. Miller?
I'm not sure if he's attending. Patty can.
Miss Simpson?
Yes.
Will David Miller be joining you?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. And then do we have the building official?
Not yet. Let me try to connect.
Okay.
Let me ask Ms. Steer if she's got any communication from the building official on this case to see if we know he's because I do note that there are 2 attendees that are just viewing that are not participating.
My understanding was, Patty, you had spoke to Randall Roberts, right? I mean.
Ms. Steer, I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Her microphone goes on and off.
I did have some email. He's aware of the hearing. Possibly he's having problems connecting. But I haven't heard from him this morning. So, wait here. I have someone in the lobby. Just a moment, please.
All right.
I don't believe that's him. It's a 614 area code.
Do we have the chief? Do we have the chief on?
That I don't know. Is it Chief Fries, Patty? Is that his name?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
that's
He
correct.
did submit a letter though, and I forwarded it to you. He wasn't sure if he was going to be able to attend or not. I believe Randall Roberts should be attending. But I'm trying to get a hold of him now.
Okay, so we're off the record, Nick, for a moment. I'll be right back.
For those of you that are watching online, you may be watching as an attendee. Attendees do not have the ability to participate. There are specific instructions that were sent to you by Ms. Steer. Again, you may be watching the event but have no ability to participate. You need to be able to connect as a participant in order to have your hearing. Only because I am noting that there are 3 people as attendees that are just watching.
I stepped out to get some coffee. Did Susan, is she reported back?
No, I have emailed him. I'm checking the invite. There's a, make sure he received it. And I'm going to send him the phone number as well as the link just in case.
Okay.
Just a moment. Carl,
Yes.
an update on Mr. Roberts. I believe he's out there as an attendee right now. I've asked him to try to call in.
Okay.
So if we want to give him a minute to call the number and the comments ID,
Okay.
maybe he'll come in that way.
All right.
While we are waiting, can the following phone numbers identify themselves? I have 770-380-0968. Also
Okay.
740-927-3046. Could you identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Doug White with West Licking Joint Fire District.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Mr. White, you are with case number 20-0076. Are you aware, Mr. White, that Your case is not scheduled till 10 a.m. this morning.
No, I did not know that.
Okay, just in case you don't want to come back, that's fine.
Okay, I will come back at 10.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Or a little bit before 10.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the 770 area code number has not identified themselves.
Correct. And also I need the 614-514-5938.
Yeah, that's Josh Kranick with Ohio State.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Oh, bear with us, Ms. Simpson. Sorry about this.
No problem.
I believe the parties are here for the next case. I know it's a little early, but I believe Jeff Eaton is here as well as, well, that's OSU.
Well, I see Jeff. It doesn't mean he's right at his desk, but he's logged on. Are you there, Jeff?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning. And then I heard where we do have Mr. Kranick. Is anybody going to appear with you, Mr. Kranick?
Yeah, Ken and Liz from M&A should be on the line as well.
Well, let's make sure that's the case.
Yeah, this is Liz Kelker with MA Architects.
Okay, great.
And Ken Cleaver, MA Architects.
Okay, so we have Mr. Kranick, Mr. Cleaver, and Ms. Keckler, correct? I also have Jim Mitchell listed as a potential attendee. Do we know?
He's trying to get on, but is having some challenges as well.
All right.
Yes.
We also need the City of Columbus Fire Department. We're waiting on them as well.
All right, well, we're just in a holding pattern then for Mr. Roberts.
And Mr. Chair, I do want to give the benefit of the doubt to the building official for our second case, but if he's not connecting or not trying to contact Ms. Steer to find out why he can't connect, I would be open to continuing the case so that we can move on. We do have a pretty packed agenda.
Someone's trying to connect now. Just a moment, please. This may be him. It's a 330 area code.
Good morning. It's Randy Roberts, Portage County Building Department.
Okay, Mr. Roberts, you're on. Thank you very much. We have Patty Simpson also on. Do you know whether the fire chief is going to attend, Mr. Roberts?
He was trying, like we were here, to log into Teams meeting, and I don't think he had any success.
Okay.
So,
he has submitted a letter.
Yes.
Members of the board, any objection if we proceed in the chief's absence?
I do not. This is Paul Vegan.
Okay.
I don't either.
And I think in the interests of the appellant here who's been on the phone, and I think we should probably call the case. So let's do that. Nick, we're going to be back on, if not already on. Okay, we're on the record. We're going to call case number 20-0081. It deals with the premises known as the Pine Grove School. This is a Portage County adjudication matter, and the county building authority's adjudication numbers noted on our docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties. Let's begin with Ms. Simpson and any other for the appellant. I forgot. Is Mr. Miller here?
No, he's not.
Okay, so Ms. Simpson, go ahead, enter your appearance if you would, state your full name and spell your last name, and then the capacity by which you're here in a representative way. We'll do the same thing with Mr. Roberts. I'll have an oath administered by our court stenographer, and we'll get started.
This is Patty Simpson from Smolin Engineering. I'm here representing the Board of Education of Pine Grove Amish School.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
Yes, Randall Roberts, R-A-N-D-A-L-L, Roberts, R-O-B-E-R-T-S, Director and Chief Building Official, Portage County. And now I'll have my Master Plans Examiner identify himself.
Please.
William Ross, R-O-S-S, Master Plan Examiner and Backup Building Official.
Nick, were you able to hear him?
Yes, I was.
Okay, very good.
I did not, Mr. Chair. If he could repeat his name, that would be great.
William Ross, R-O-S-S, Portage County Master Plan Examiner, Backup Building Official.
If I put you through the formality of each of you to stand, raise your right hand, and Nick, would you administer an oath?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Simpson, you have the floor.
This is, of course, another of the Amish schools that we're adjudicating because of their lack of electrical systems and plumbing facilities. The items specifically that we were trying to adjudicate were no manual or compliant fire alarms, which we have the rotary hand alarms as an alternative. We also were trying to adjudicate no emergency backup power for the smoke detection devices, which we have battery-powered smoke detectors. And at the recommendation of the fire chief, we are providing a type of fire smoke detector that is interconnected so that if one goes off, they will all go off. Additionally, no drinking fountain or service sink. And for that, the folks there at the school have a water dispenser with the, the 5-gallon water containers that are delivered to the school. Lastly, no artificial light for emergency egress. And for that, we are restricting the use of the school to daylight hours only and providing signage that the fire chief has requested that will be compliant and placed where he recommends.
Okay, questions of Ms. Simpson?
Can you explain a little bit? We have seen many of these Amish schools before. This is the first one that I'm seeing with a radiant heat system. Can you explain how that works and how that is powered and where the equipment is to heat that water?
Well, this particular site did not lend itself to the school with the basement underneath. It's pretty flat. So with the size of the school, a single wood stove type unit would not do a proper job of heating. So they went with the radiant heat system, which is powered by solar power, solar panels on the south side of the building. And that provides enough power for a boiler, a small boiler, which is propane fired, and also the pumps to circulate the water.
Okay, where is the boiler located and where's the propane tank located?
There is a small utility room on the back of the school that contains all of the equipment for the boiler and the batteries for the solar panels and the inverter and so on. The propane tank is to the east of the school near the driveway, at least 50 feet away, I believe.
In the utility room, is the utility room where the boiler is located, is that separated from the classroom with fire-rated partitions and door?
Yes, the fire-rated partitions are on the plan. The fire chief pointed out that we had not called for a rated door, and I have since responded to his letter indicating that it will be a 1-hour rated door with a closer.
Any other questions?
No further questions from me, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions of Ms. Simpson?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Chip Welch. I had a question. Do you have provisions for, you know me, the carbon monoxide detectors? Since there's open flame or in the utility closet to fire the boiler.
Yes, that was brought up as part of the plan review by the building department, and we have responded to that we will provide a carbon monoxide detector in the utility room.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Eaton. I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts.
Yes.
Your comments and sentiments.
Yes, after reviewing the components of the adjudication and the presentation by the Smolin Engineering Group, Ms. Simpson, and in concert with Fire Chief Freese of the Garrettsville Freedom Nelson Joint Fire District, we have no objections to the alternate plans for these items. We agree that they will meet the intent of the code, and we have no objections at this time or no further comment.
I had the chief's letter, and I don't now can't put my hands on it. Does someone have that handy to put the date?
I have it in front of me. This is Mr. Roberts. I have it in front of me.
Would you read that to us, or in relevant part,
Sure.
and the date?
I will be pleased to. This is dated July 29th, and it's from Fire Chief David Freese of the Garrettsville Freedom Nelson Joint Fire District regarding case number 20-0081. It's addressed to the Smolin Engineering, reference Pine Grove School, excuse me, at 8484 Eli Road. And the address is Garrettsville, but it's Nelson Township. Since there will be no electric in the structure, the self-luminous exit signs are acceptable. We need clarification on the model number being used. The plans list an ISOLITE 2040-50-10. ISOLITE model number 2040-50-10G is green. ISOLITE model number 2040-50-10-R red. The second item is plans show 4 battery-operated smoke detectors. We need clarification if these smoke detectors are interconnected, sounding simultaneously. Next item, utility door clarification needed for the fire rating. Automatic door closure on the utility room door required. Page 2 of the letter. Due to intended use of the structure, and no emergency lighting shown on the plans for the gathering room, the authority having jurisdiction requests that signage be posted stating the following: building to be occupied during daylight hours only. Letters to be no smaller than 1 inch in height and having contrasting background. Next paragraph. I have reviewed the cut sheet for the Thomas Glover Rotary Fire Alarm Handbell, model 42/52030. It produces 60 decibels for up to 35 meters or 114.8 feet. This is an acceptable device. On July 29, 2020, I spoke to Ms. Patty Simpson from Smolin Engineering Limited about the above items. She has agreed to provide clarifications requested and the door closure and signage as required. Thank you, Dave Chiefs, Fire Chief.
Okay, gentlemen of the board, do we feel though the clarification that the chief has sought has been clarified?
Yeah, and let me ask a further question. I don't understand what a rotary fire alarm bell is. If somebody can explain that to me.
It is like the old style school bells with a hand crank that you turn to set off the alarm.
Okay.
Okay, members of the board, thoughts, comments, or questions of Mr. Roberts for that matter?
I have a question for Mr. Roberts. On the adjudication order for the plumbing, it says for drinking fountain and service sink. I guess it would also include lavatories and water closet construction partitions. Would that be correct?
Yes.
You know, I'm wondering why how many students are in this school?
50.
50. It says 100 on the.
Well, it's 100 occupants because they have a gathering room that during like Christmas programs and things like that, the parents would also be in attendance.
Okay, yeah, because it said that it could have 233 calculated load, but they wanted to maximum of 100. I'm just wondering, so they calculate for the plumbing that you have to have 2 water closets for each sex and then 2 lavatories, but there are no lavatories. And there's no sink, and there's a 5-gallon, I guess, water drinking bottle. And the restrooms, you know, like for the girls and the boys, it's basically 1 water closet with 2 toilets in it. I mean, there's no partitions or anything. I mean, why in the world would we approve restrooms built like this for 50 or 100 people?
Was that a question for Mr. Roberts? That was a question for Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, maybe it's rhetorical. You know, sometimes there's a question about having lavatories separated between male and female. Here's a case where there are no lavatories. And I mean, I really think that, you know, for the little bit of work they could, this is not even as good as having portable porta-johns, you know, where they're separated. You know, that people have to share a toilet room without any partitions, and there's no place to wash their hands in this facility. I mean, it seems like to me that that's not a good variance.
Gentlemen, this is William Ross.
Yeah.
I believe the code allows the women's restroom that has the 2 commodes in it to be, once it's provided with a lockable door, to be compliant in that respect.
I think they're supposed to have partitions between the toilets. I mean, that are lockable doors. If you had separate toilets, you know, in separate buildings, then it would comply.
That item has been adjudicated.
I'm sorry, what?
That particular item has been adjudicated on, which is not a part of the appeal, but that has been adjudicated and has not been addressed yet.
Okay, I think, Brad, what he's saying is that there is no request for a variance in that item, and they're still working through that.
That is correct. That's what this is Mr. Roberts. That's what I was about to say. Our original plan review, we are into our second plan review, or third plan review of the school, and the only items that are being appealed are what's before us today. Those items that we're talking about, the separation, etc., are still on the plan review document and are to be addressed by the design professional and not being appealed at this time.
Okay, that's what I asked originally, if those were part of the appeal. Okay, I asked if they were, and you said yes. Okay.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Roberts or Mr. Ross? What are our thoughts and sentiments?
Mr. Chair, go ahead. Yeah, I support the appeal. not to belabor the point.
Mr. Chair, this is Neil Gearing. With all the firefighters' requests satisfied, I supported also.
Paul, Brad?
I would support the variance. I do have some conditions I'd like to read as well.
Are those in readable form now, or do you need some time?
Just another probably 30 seconds.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and do that, Brad? Your thoughts?
Well, since my main concerns are not even being appealed, I guess I would bid for the variance for the rest of the items, yes.
Okay. All right, we're gonna, Nick, we'll go off the record for just a second.
See, I've had my 30 seconds though, Mr. Schneider.
Oh, then we're back on the record.
This variance is conditioned upon the following. Number one, battery-powered interconnected smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detection shall be installed to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials. Number two, a manual operated rotary fire alarm bell shall be installed to the satisfaction of the fire official. Number three, the utility room shall be separated from the classroom by a 1 hour fire resistance rated wall and door with a closer. Number four, building shall be used for daylight hours only with signage installed to the satisfaction of the building official. Number five, occupancy shall be limited to 100 persons maximum with signage installed to the satisfaction of the building official. Number six, approved self-luminous exit signs shall be installed at all means of egress. Number seven, bottled water shall be provided for students and teachers at any time the building is occupied. And number eight, hand sanitizing dispensers shall be installed in each privy to the satisfaction of the building official.
Okay, Ms. Simpson, are those conditions satisfactory to your client?
Yes.
And Mr. Roberts, Mr. Ross, are those satisfactory to the building department?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, they are.
Okay. Any questions or comments from members of the board? And if not, I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For Board of Building Appeals case number 20-0081. The appellant is Marvin Troyer for the premises Pine Grove School at 8484 Eli Road, Nelson Township or Garrettsville, Ohio. The appellee is Randall Roberts, building official for the Portage County Building Department, and adjudication order number 22-000-0209-R1. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read into the record and noting the no objection of the building and fire officials.
Okay, that motion has been made. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair, Chip Welch.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, variance is granted, Ms. Simpson, on those conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have the Ohio State parties in full now or not? No, Mr. Fisher was on early.
I believe everyone's here except the fire official. I sent him an email as well as asked him to join the meeting with his current invite. I have not heard back.
Okay. Well, it's 9/11. What are the thoughts of proceeding without Columbus Fire?
Columbus Fire present. I was muted. I'm sorry.
Oh, very good. Perfect. All right. And Mr. Eaton, you here still?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay. And then, Mr. Fisher, are your, not Mr. Fisher, Mr. Kranick, are you still then here with your, with Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Keckler?
Yeah, that's correct.
Perfect. Okay. All right, let's go on the record. Nick, we're going to go back on the record.
Nice shorts, Jeff.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm going to call case number 20-0049. It deals with Newton Hall at the Ohio State University campus. This is a Division of Industrial Compliance case, and the division's adjudication order is noted on the docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties, beginning with the Ohio State University representatives. I'd ask you state your full name, then go ahead and spell your last, and then the capacity by which you're here. We'll do the same thing with Mr. Eaton. We'll have an oath administered, and we'll begin.
My name is Joshua Kranick. That's Kranyik. And I'm the Ohio State Senior Project Manager for the College of Nursing Newton Hall project.
And with you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Kelker, last name Koelker, with MA Architects, representing I am the architect, signing architect of record.
Thank you.
This is Ken Cleaver with MA Architects, Project Manager.
Okay. And then we're not sure about Mr. Mitchell.
Can anybody hear me?
Oh, are you? Okay. Jim Mitchell?
This is James Mitchell, MA Architects, by phone. I am the in-house code consultant for MA Architects.
Okay, very good. We have everybody then for the appellant. Let's have the introduction of or appearance of Mr. Eaton, and then our Columbus Fire official.
Jeff Eaton, EATON, Chief Building Official for the Division of Industrial Compliance.
Battalion Chief Scott Sanders, Columbus, Ohio Division of Fire, Assistant Fire Marshal.
Okay. And will Mr. Walton be here, or just you, Mr. Sanders? Will David Walton be appearing?
No, Chief Walton is unavailable. I'll be the only representative for fire.
Very good. Okay, if I'd indulge each of you to stand, it's a formality, but stand, raise your right hand, and we'll have an oath in this.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, whoever wants to begin on behalf of the appellant, you have the floor.
This is Liz Kelker again, and I guess I'll go ahead and begin. When we last spoke, you guys had requested that we get with Columbus Fire to make sure that that they are in agreement with the life safety approach that we're taking on the building, and if they had any comments or would request any revisions. And so we did that, and I guess I would defer to Chief Sanders if he'd like to discuss what he requested.
We'd had several offline conversations. Fire is satisfied with everything that we've come forward to at this point, and we have no objections.
Okay, before I open it up for board member questions, Mr. Eaton, your thoughts at this point?
Yeah, good morning. We're still in support of the request, noting that the Board of Building Standards is pointing to the upcoming, which actually clarify the language, so this could be treated as a fully suppressed building throughout, and subject to all the exemptions and code credits for that. So no conditions from us. Thank you.
Okay, members of the board, questions of any of the parties at this point?
Yeah, I do have a question for the fire official. And the reason why we requested a continuance for the appellant to get in touch with you is really, as I'm looking at the plans, you know, there's an atrium and one enclosed stairwell. And the one enclosed stairwell is in the absolute farthest corner of the building. So, you know, my concern, and I think some of the other members of the board, is when you go to, if you need to go to this building during an emergency event, that your one protected enclosure is at the farthest remote part of the building. And so we just wanted to kind of get your review and input on, you know, if that's okay. And maybe for my curiosity then, why is that okay?
Sure, very much understand, and that exactly was our reservations in the beginning. After much discussion, review of the code, discussion with the building department also, we were satisfied if they were willing to go to a 2-hour rated enclosure for that additional stairwell rather than a 1. And that we felt that would meet the guidelines, and we were satisfied with that.
You're not concerned about the remote location of that stair and as far as the rest of that plan? And there's only one stair, one enclosed stair, right?
Well, the second stair will be a 2-hour. What drops to the atrium will be a 2-hour rated enclosure, and that's our team. We did a lot of research, and we were satisfied with that, along with conversations with the building department.
Then I may be confused because there's 2 stairs. One is in the atrium, it is open, and there's one stair that's enclosed. There are not 2 enclosed stairs, so.
Okay, you'll have to forgive me. I'll go on the record with everybody. I was put in quarantine last night. 8 people from our bureau were. When I got home from work, I was called and said not to come back to work. Had an exposure. I don't have my notes in front of me because I didn't know I was home today. So, that's on the record. That's the scenario. We have had much conversation with the group and with the building department, and the building department and fire were satisfied with this scenario.
May I just
Please.
jump in real quick? Yeah. Chief Setter did not make note of, but you can see on the drawing that is up on the screen right now that they did request that the horizontal exit for the stair for the existing building be extended as a 2-hour enclosure to the exterior. So where you see the red poche, that is a new concrete sidewalk that will allow people exiting out that door to gain access to the public way. And then if you can see the red lines outlining that corridor there, we are changing those walls from unrated to 2-hour rated to extend the exit for the existing stair that's in the existing building right there, to allow everyone exiting from the existing building to remain within essentially 2-hour protected construction until they get to the outside of the building.
Related to that, before we move on, there is again the plan that is up on the screen. So how about the walls within the existing building? I understand you're doing the new walls once you get out of that building into the new addition, but what about the walls that are within the existing building?
Yeah, so yes, those will also be 2-hour. So once you enter into that new stair enclosure, you'll be in a 2-hour protected zone until you exit the building. And then regarding the existing stair, or sorry, the one enclosed stair that you're referencing, that one is a 2-hour enclosure. And then the atrium, it was very difficult to see in the plans and to understand how the exiting works in this building. It's much easier to see in 3 dimensions. But we do in fact have access to 2 ways up and down, and the atrium in essence, it's a big enclosure, but it's an enclosure in the sense that it's 2 hours separated from the existing building and 1 hour separated from everything else. So relatively speaking, particularly again, because the addition is sprinkled, you do have 2 remote ways down off the 2nd and 3rd floors. I realize they're not both enclosed stairs, but it's fairly straightforward for a B use to have, one enclosed and one unenclosed stair, and actually you get sort of the benefit in this case to have the second unenclosed stair, if you will, in a space that is separated from the rest of the building. It is sprinkled and also has a smoke evacuation system, so it's we've done everything that we can to make that second stair safe, I guess, that open stair safe.
I understand that. I mean, the fact that it's sprinkled really doesn't do a whole lot for me. How tall is that space?
Well, it's 3 stories.
Okay, so I mean, for a fire to be hot enough to go 3 stories to a sprinkler that high up there, yes, it is sprinklered, but there's no way any fire that might be down on the first floor is ever going to activate those sprinklers in reality, right? So yes, we do meet the intent of the code that it's sprinklered, but that atrium, those sprinklers are never going to go off. I just want to bring that up as a point. So.
Okay. Where are we then as a board, given the comfort level of Columbus Fire?
Mr. Chair, this is Chip Welch. I guess I'm lukewarm to it, but I will support the variance based on the fact that the state of Ohio and the Columbus Fire Department support the variance with the conditions that have already been discussed.
Mr. Chair, this is Neil Gehring. I also would support the variance with Columbus's fire's approval.
Brad?
Yeah, it's hard to argue with the fire department. I really see Paul's points too. I think the design of the building, I'm not sure what else you can do if they want that atrium with an open stairwell. I would support the variance based on the fire department's approval of it.
Okay, and then Paul?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't necessarily see a hardship. I mean, this space was designed like this. They could have added another stair. They could have provided that second means of egress, which I think is very important. And they chose not to. So again, that's a design and not necessarily a hardship from my perspective. So I find it difficult just because they wanted the building design this way to forego the requirements of the code. So I would not be supportive of a variance.
Okay, and then Chip?
Yeah, I supported the variance.
Oh, you did say that. Okay. All right. Well, I would with those conditions. Looks like Chip, you may be indulged to work through some conditions, or is that something you can help us with, Paul?
If I was to think about at least 2 of the conditions, we can ask the building and fire officials if they have any other additional conditions. But number 1 would be probably a 2-hour rated corridor shall extend from the existing stair enclosure to the exterior of the building. And number 2, the new egress stair shall be provided with a 2-hour fire resistance rated enclosure. And again, I don't know if there would be other conditions that the building and or fire officials would want to see.
Chief Sanders, Mr. Eaton?
Chief Sanders here. Fire would be in support of that. That's what we had envisioned. Maybe like I said, maybe I didn't speak clearly. I don't have my notes in front of me. I wasn't prepared to be home today. This all came on me last night.
Understood. Ms. Keckler, are those conditions satisfactory?
Yes, we have no objections. We're very willing to do those things. Thank you.
Paul, what you read, are those inclusive of everything?
Hey, Mr. Chair, if I could interject something quickly.
Yes, Mr. Eaton.
To your point, Mr. Began, on the smoke issue in the atrium, we've had several other projects, university projects, where we've had those tall spaces like that. And as you mentioned, heat will most likely not make it up to the suppression systems to fuse the heads. So we've had conditions where they've installed beam detection. Smoke's going to stratify in that space at a certain point. We've had to model that, not necessarily would have to model this one, but maybe to relieve some of the concern with the atrium space, beam detection could be a pretty simple and cost-effective solution to pick up any smoke, any incipient stage before it gets to the point where it's going to activate the sprinkler system. Just throwing that out there. If they're amenable to that, then we could just make that a condition as well.
Ms. Keckler?
If I may, real quick. We do have a smoke evacuation system for the atrium. I don't know how that is triggered. We could look into that, but certainly if there's a situation where there's smoke in the atrium, it would seem to me like the fire suppression system would be engaged. If that's the case, would that satisfy your concern?
Chief, you want to weigh in?
I'm sorry, say again, I lost connectivity for a second. Chief Sanders back on?
Yeah, Ms. Keckler, do you want to repeat that?
Sure, yeah. I just was noting that the atrium in this case does have a smoke evacuation system that's being provided. And presumably, if there was a condition where smoke evacuation was necessitated, the fire suppression system would also be engaged. And so, it could be that they're using beam detection, although I have not heard that throughout the development of the project. Ken, you might be more familiar. In any event, all I was saying was that if we could interlock or tie together the smoke evacuation system and the fire suppression system so that if one is activated, the other is, would that satisfy the concern?
Fire would be satisfied, but we would ask for beam detectors also.
And that may be how they're noting if smoke is present in the atrium. I don't know, but we can follow up about that certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Jeff. We've seen both. We've seen air sampling that's pulling air out of the atrium that has detection that would activate the system, but the fire department's point, beam detection seems like it's been the most effective and quickest responding. So, for what that's worth.
Yeah, this is Neil Gehring. I would be in favor of the beam detection too, and I don't believe the activation of smoke will trigger the suppression system unless it's a deluge system.
Right.
We do have some deluge sprinklers because there's some glass as part of the atrium wall. So, yes.
Yes, fire believes that that beam detectors are more efficient than VESDA.
Okay, where are we then as a board?
I would probably wonder that Mr. Welsh has some conditions that if you'd like to maybe read through them in a little bit more detail. Maybe he needs some more time.
Yeah, let me, I've been working here. Let me bring these over and post them up. Sorry, I'm working on two different computer systems here at the same time, so.
Do you want us to go off the record for a second?
No, because I'm gonna need folks' help and
If you share your hit share next to you there, Mr. Welsh. I could post it up for you.
I'm getting there. Share. Damn it.
Did you catch that, Nick?
Yes, I did.
That's not the worst thing I've ever said on a recording.
Okay, Ms. Keckler, Mr. Eaton, Chief, Chief, are you on the phone or are you on?
I'm on phone only. As I said,
Okay.
I didn't know my status
Right.
would be what it is today.
Understood. Okay, well, so you're not going to be able to visualize this, so they'll be red, but Mr. Eaton, you and Ms. Keckler can visualize those, correct?
Yes, sir.
Paul, did I capture those first two correctly based on, I was trying to write, I couldn't keep up writing as quick as you were speaking.
Yeah, how about I can't see just because of my role being able to move people around here. I have tiny screens to look at, and I think even with a different glasses prescription, I would have difficulty reading what's up there. So.
I'm same here, based on, I don't dare want to click on the screen because I'll probably blow up the meeting. So
that's exactly right. Exactly right. So if you want to read them, Mr. Welsh, I will listen intently.
All right, thank you. A 2-hour rated enclosure will be provided from the existing stairwell to the exterior. Number 2, a 2-hour rated enclosure will be provided from new egress stairwell to the exterior. Number 3, a beam detection system shall be installed in the atrium to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials. Number 4, this variance is granted based on the used construction, occupant load, square footage, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein. And then this variance is granted noting the no objection of the building and fire officials.
Okay, so Ms. Keckler, the last condition is a standard condition, but with respect to I think it's the first 3, would your client be objectionable to that or accept those conditions?
We have already discussed the first 2 and and agreed that those are all fine. Josh, this is the first you'd be hearing of the beam detection system. Do you have any comments or questions or objections?
I do not know.
All right, so all sounds good.
Yeah, and Chief Sanders, Mr. Eaton, are you those conditions satisfactory to building and fire?
This is Jeff. They're acceptable to us as well. Thank you.
Did I wordsmith those correctly, Paul? I mean, does that pass?
I think if I would be supporting of this variance, those conditions would be appropriate.
Okay.
And then I didn't hear from the chief, and he may have knocked off, but Chief Sanders, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Fire is acceptable.
Okay,
I will
very
look
good.
at the plans when it's said done, but yes.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 20-0049, the appellant is the Ohio State University for the premises OSU Newton Hall at 1585 Neal Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43210. The appellee is Jeffrey Eaton, building official for the Bureau of Building Code Compliance in the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2019060071. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read to the record and noting the no objection of the building and fire officials.
Okay, that motion's been duly made. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Neil Gehring. I second it.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The variance on those conditions, Ms. Keckler, has passed on a 4-to-1 basis. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys' guidance and feedback.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank
Thank you, Chief. Okay.
Jeff, thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
It is 9:36. Does anyone need a break? But I'd also defer to Susan. I know that we had Mr. Fisher as counsel. Not sure who is appearing with him. We've got a long list of at least prospective attendees. I know that Chief Sanders is probably still on the phone. And do we have Mr. Ghosh with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Fisher, is your collective, the people that are going to appear with you, are they on, if you know?
I don't know. The question would be Jim Samuelson and Kyle Albert.
Okay.
Kyle Albert is on the phone, Campus
Okay.
Partners.
Okay, and then what about Mr. Samuelson?
I've called in. I don't know if Susan can see me or identify me. I'm on 614-519-0194.
Yep, we see it. Perfect. Okay. And so Mr. Samuelson, Mr. Albert, and Mr. Fisher, that's the extent of who we have for the appellant, correct?
We also have Greg.
Okay, I was trying to get a roll call here because we're going to have to have an oath administered in case there's testimony. So go ahead, identify yourselves, please.
Kyle Albert, Campus Partners.
Well, I understood that. And then Mr. Samuelson's here and Mr. Fisher's here, but were there others?
Greg Riley with Prater Engineering.
Thank you.
And this is Brian Troy with Lupton Roush.
Got it.
And Keith Myers with Campus Partners.
Okay. All right. Very good. We're going to go on
Mr. Chair, before we get started here, we did get some emails this morning that are modifications to the easement notification that we got from Mr. Fisher. In that email, he references a adjudication hearing outline document of which we do not have. So I want to make sure that we have everything that we need before we proceed, because again, the email says, hey, here's some changes to the outline that we sent you, but we don't have that outline.
Yeah, I have the what is still listed as a draft declaration of permanent access, use and easement agreement, use easement and agreement, but likewise, I didn't see the attachment or that part of what was referred to in the email. Who sent us that? Was that Mr. Fisher or was that Mr. Samuelson or Mr. Albert?
It's from Mr. Fisher.
This is Ken Fisher. To clarify, the statement that you were referring to was submitted last Friday as part of appellant's submission. That was submitted to Ms. Steer by email. There was I believe it was a Dropbox link that Mr. Troy submitted.
That is correct. That original outline was in that the link that was in the email that was sent on the 24th. This is Brian Troy, by the way.
Then let me ask Ms. Steer then if again, there's a specific document that's listed in the email that you sent out this morning, and I don't see that in our documents.
If it was a Dropbox, it was forwarded to you, and I have requested a hard copy. It was not put in Tumbleweed. It would have been forwarded to you because it was so large. Correct, Mr. Trolley? That's the one I requested a hard copy of and asked you if it was different than the original submission.
That is correct, and the documents they all differ from what was presented in the last hearing.
So they'd be helpful to your presentation.
And we're ready to to share those if we wanted to see those on the screen.
Okay.
I understand that, but I understand that, but there's at least two of us that are not going to be able to see it. Even if you share it.
So are you saying that the information that was sent on the 24th was not received?
I will look for the email, but I believe I forwarded it. Forwarded the email. I did not download and put it into Tumbleweed. It was extremely large, if I recall. Is that correct? Just like the original. So we need to check our emails from Friday.
You want us to check ours as well?
I'm looking now to see, it would have been.
Here we go. Something regarding this case. See link at bottom. I don't see a link at the bottom.
I'm going to forward it to you.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Troy, would that be 31 exhibits? Is this file quick share?
The link that I sent to Susan on Friday had 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. There were 10 PDF documents in that link.
All right, I'm looking at that.
Okay.
Starting with 15th and High.
Yes, the outline, correct.
And ending with Exhibit E.
Correct.
All right, gentlemen, are you able to open those? That's for members of the board. This is a question for the board.
Yes.
I've got it.
Okay, well, I think we're at a point where let me officially call the case. It's case number 20-0065. This deals with the premises located at 15 East 15th Avenue and 1800 Pearl Street, located in Columbus. This is a Columbus Building Department matter, and Columbus's adjudication number is noted on the docket. If someone's on the phone, you might want to mute when you're not talking, just simply because there might be a delay, and it might also we might get some feedback. All right, case is called. Beginning with Mr. Fisher, would you enter your appearance?
This is Ken Fisher with Fisher Law Firm, counsel for the appellant Redstone Realty LLC.
Okay, and then let me just do this for sake. We have James Samuelson, Kyle Albert, Keith Myers, Brian Troy, and Greg Riley. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And we have Mr. Ghosh and we have Chief Sanders, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to ask each of you to go through the formality of, other than Mr. Fisher, standing, raising your right hand. And Nick, would you administer an oath?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sam? That's Sam? Do we have Sam back?
Momentarily.
Oh, okay. All right. Understood. Okay, so the oath's been administered to everyone but Mr. Fisher. Mr. Ghosh, you're aware, obviously, that the appellant's represented by counsel, and you'd have the benefit of having someone from the city attorney's office represent you in your capacity as the CBO. Notwithstanding that, do you still want to proceed?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fisher, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. At this point, we would like to turn the floor over to Mr. Samuelson to lead the presentation to lay the groundwork of where we were at the last hearing and where we are today.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ken. As you may recall, we had several questions come up at the end of the hearing about a month ago in response to the service yard request to place it across Pearl Street from Building B1 and adjacent to WOSU. We have met with the city attorneys. We have met with fire and building again, and the revisions that we've made to that application are outlined in the narrative. If we could put the narrative up first, I can go through the highlights of the points that have been revised. I assume everybody still is familiar with what the general point of the case was. There was several questions about the legal aspect of how those parties enter into an agreement. But I'm not seeing that on the screen yet, Brian. Or do you have control of the screen?
I do. You should be seeing the hearing outline, Jim.
Well, I am.
That's all I'm seeing it. Okay.
And just so you know,
there
is a general delay of what is seen by the presenters, of which Mr. Troy is an active presenter, and those that are viewing as attendees. So some of you may be on the phone watching as an attendee. The video is a little bit delayed. So
okay. Apologize for not being aware of that, but so I do have it on a separate screen so I can see it as I speak. But so the basic authorship of this narrative stayed essentially the same, with changes highlighted in red. As you can see in the planned improvements, there was some question by Columbus Fire about the fuel tank enclosure. We have specified a fuel tank with a capacity of 3,400 gallons. On the following page, the enclosure is described as a UL 2085. That's the technical classification for a secondary containment 2-hour fire resistant rated, impact resistant, projectile resistant fuel storage tank, which the fire department was happy to see that we had that. We have updated our site boundary and utility routing plan to represent a reconfigured generator yard based on comments from city and fire, and we can look at that quickly. You know, the equipment yard and trash yard are now actually 2 separate yards. So we have the fire department equipment for the generator in a yard and the trash yard in a separate yard, now separated by a block wall. Both yards will be accessible to the city fire department through an electronic Knox box to each of those locations, which was one of the requirements of theirs. In looking at the draft of the easements that are being put together by Ken and his legal team in support for Campus Partners, there's a description, and I'll let him go into more detail, but I've outlined the highlighted points of that, which basically give the rights to parcel building B and parcel WOSU to have access to a generator. One of the city attorney comments on it, which I have to amend this document to include, was that the easement cannot be amended, modified, or abandoned or released without the written consent of the city of Columbus of Ohio. And I believe Campus Partners is in agreement with that amendment to the agreement that he'll go in more detail to discuss. And then finally, I just want to clarify in this also that this approval that we're doing was triggered during the permit for building B1, which is the first phase of that parcel's development. There's a second building that is planned and has been reviewed by the city of Columbus as a preliminary plan review that's on that parcel, and want to be sure that this configuration that we're proposing then can be submitted as a emergency power for that second phase that's on that same parcel, and that it also includes the WOSU permit. So that's some paperwork that I'm not sure how that's handled with the board, but we can go through that when Ken's through going through his portion. Quickly, I'd like to really just jump.
And before you move on there, I mean, one of the things that we cannot do is project a variance into the future. So if that building is not before us, we cannot grant a variance for it without an adjudication letter from the building official. So you'll have to come back again for your other building.
Okay, we hadn't. It occurred to me as a sort of an after effect of sort of looking at this in more detail on the legal end of it. And I understand that. I've experienced that before. Just was respectfully asking to see if there was another pathway to that.
No, our board is by stature activated by the adjudication letter. So again, that's what we are able to respond to. We can grant variances to adjudication letters issued by building officials or citations by building officials or fire officials. We cannot be activated any other way. So that's why it's by statute. It's not that we don't want to. We are unable to.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Brian, so the service yard is the same location, generally speaking, but if we could go to the last two exhibits that show the plan revised in the section, which is additional information that the board hasn't seen until the 24th. The service yard layout, I don't see it on my screen, but I assume you all are, is now divided by a full height block wall that separates the trash enclosure from the generator yard. The generator has separate access from the trash area, so the two really don't commingle anymore. They just coexist side by side. We have upgraded the trash dumpster enclosures to fully contained trash enclosures that are pulled. They're compactors, not just rolling dumpsters with lids that flip open. They'll be behind secure gates and have secure access doors to put waste into the compactor, and you'll have to have access to those two components before you can get into the trash yard and dump. So there won't be free trash floating around. The container is a 10 gauge enclosed trash container and is watertight, and they have 2 to 4 ports on those trash containers that allow fire department connection. They're tailored to the fire department connection requirements of the city of Columbus. And in the event of a fire inside the dumpster, I'm told by the manufacturer and the maintenance folks for this trash that they basically hook a hose to the container and fill it 100% with water to put any smoldering fire out that would be inside one of those containers. The generator itself is in a yard to the south of that area, accessed by a gate, again with a Knox box and the control equipment in that yard. The docking station and controls are in that yard and have full access to the fire department. We think that this is a more concise and efficient lab than we had before. And with the input from Columbus and Fire, I think we've come to a conclusion that satisfies their concerns. But I'll let them speak for themselves. Ken, do you want to run through the access agreement quickly?
Yes, thank you. Brian, could you zoom out a little bit? This exhibit is fine to look at. I just want to get everybody bearing. So at the prior hearing, the board expressed concern over the fact that the generator is not on the same parcel as the building B. So, and requested a legal obligation that would run with the land to maintain the service from the generator to the building B parcel. So we prepared the easement documents that were sent to you. There were original draft in the last Friday's submission, and then the update last night that you received this morning. So the parcel on which the generator sits is referred to in those easements as the grantor parcel. And then the building B parcel, B1 and B2 are actually on one parcel. That's referred to as the building B parcel in the easement.
All right, so point of clarification before you go on. So there are only two parcels at this point in time?
That's correct. There's
and do you have language in those easement agreement that those parcels cannot be subdivided?
What not exactly what we have in the easements are that the easements themselves cannot be amended, modified, abandoned, or released without the city's written consent.
I think it's very important, especially since the generator is on a little thumb of that other parcel, that parcel cannot be subdivided. I think without that, your easement rights may not apply if that parcel is pushed off on the, if it's sold off.
Well, Mr. Fisher, that he practices in this space. Do you agree with that?
I don't. Thank you, because the parcel currently is the entire parcel, and the obligation is over the entire parcel. So, and the obligation, meaning the obligation to have this generator there, runs with the land. So to subdivide that, the easement obligation would still remain as to the original entire parcel. Okay. As far as the easement goes, what it provides, the board had asked for a synopsis of what the easements provide rather than to review the easements themselves. The key points are that the grantor parcel is being burdened here for the benefit of the building B parcel. It establishes the legal rights to install, maintain, operate, repair, replace, remove, and use the electrical conduit on the grantor parcel. So that's as to the conduit, and to access the generator for the use of the power. The easement's perpetual, runs with the land, as we just discussed, and it's binding on all present and future owners of the building B parcel and the grantor parcel. And then at the request of Attorney David Peterson from the City Attorney's Office, we added also the easement cannot be amended, modified, abandoned, or released without the written consent of the City of Columbus. So at that point, it ties up both parcels, the building B parcel and the grantor parcel, with the grantor parcel the obligation, and the building B parcel the right to use the conduit and the power from the generator. And then we have also submitted a identical in substance easement as to the WOSU parcel, so all three of those parcels are owned by Redstone Realty, but they are three separate parcels.
So let me ask the question about the any easement requirements or access through a public right of way. How does that impact both of these? I mean, obviously there's some obligation for the city of Columbus to maintain their public right of way and granting you the ability to impose easement restrictions across their public right of way. Is that not accurate? Again, I'm an architect, so I don't know for sure, but that's a concern.
As to the public right of way exists between the grantor parcel and the B parcel. And as to that, we have a permit from the City of Columbus Department of Public Service that's identified in item D under the background facts, the recitals of the permit, or I'm sorry, of the easement, which grants the permit to occupy that portion of Pearl Street for the purpose of running the conduit from the generator yard to the parcel.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Fisher and or his clients at this point?
I have a question. This is Brad Smith. Who maintains the generator then?
At this point, what the easements provide is that the owners of the property, which right now is all Redstone, are obligated to work together to enter into agreements concerning the use, the operation, the maintenance, payment of all that for the generator.
I'm assuming the generator is this big because of it to supply power for WOSU. Is that right?
That would be a question for one.
I mean, you would need one this big for emergency power, I'm thinking.
That is correct. The size of this generator was largely driven by the size of WSU's needs.
Can you identify yourself just so we have that down on the record?
Yes, sir. Kyle Albert with Campus Partners.
Thank you.
So if WSU, God forbid, would close or move, then who maintains it?
At this point, it would be if the I believe I understand your hypothetical is the WSU ceases to exist, that parcel becomes vacant and has an absentee owner. It would be between then the owners of the B parcel and the parcel.
So they would be stuck with a huge generator maintaining it for their emergency power.
This is Keith Myers from Campus Partners. WOSU is on a land lease to the Campus Partners in Redstone. And Redstone Campus Partners would manage the generator as the owner.
Because you're the owner and fee. You're the fee owner.
We're the we are the landowner on both parcels.
Okay. So there's your answer, Brad.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess, being a conservative person, I'm always looking for the worst, but that's okay. It sounds like you've got it tied up with easement agreements.
Okay, Mr. Ghosh.
Let me ask one further question, Mr. Snyder, and again, this is kind of going back to the public right of way, right? Normally, right? Businesses get a permit to access the public right of way to connect to a public utility, right? A sewer or water line or something like that. This doesn't connect to anything. So I guess, and I know there's a permit to be able to go underneath there, but what future protection? The city of Columbus decides, hey, we have a whole brand new water line that needs to go down through the middle of here. they are under no obligation to protect your private, whatever's going underneath there. Not that they would, but again, it's something like that is not on the public utility grid, right? So First Energy does not have that on their system, right? So when you call oops, right, there's no one, you know, the electric energy, the water utility, the city, everybody has documents of what's in that public right of way. How does this get into that system so that somebody doesn't dig through it or think it's something that's abandoned? And again, you know, it happens in the next 5 years. You guys know, 10 years from now, none of us may be around.
This is Keith Myers, Campus Partners. I suspect that if somebody cut through the line, that it would be evident right away, and it would be in our best interest to get it fixed as quickly as possible. I don't think it would be disguised.
Yeah, but that doesn't,
So
you would have to get a
this is Jim
street opening
Samuelson.
permit, so it doesn't happen as quickly as possible. It's not like you guys can go out there and dig up the street at your will. It's a public street. So again, how does this get into the system? So if somebody calls up oops and says, okay, what's down here, that we know that somehow, and there's a public record that is down there.
This is Keith Myers, Campus Partners again. I believe the easement's recorded. I don't know the answer to the oops question. The only thing
it's not recorded through the public right of way, though, is what I'm saying. There is no easement through that public right of way.
Mr. Chair, this is Amit, if I may.
Go ahead.
It's my understanding, and I've talked to people in public services, they say that this permit, and Mr. Myers, you could tell me if I'm wrong, gets renewed every 3 years, and the records get updated in the city's database of all the right-of-way permits that we issue. They call it 910 permits, and they do maintain these records update every 3 years. So the city I had the same concern as Mr. Vegan. So, pardon me?
Well, that's an echo. I don't think anyone's asking you a question, but so do I understand you, Mr. Ghosh, to say you harbored the same concern that Mr. Began did, but you satisfied yourself by discussions with public service?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
This is Jim Samuelson. Can I speak for a moment?
Yes, please.
The Building B and the generator yard serving WSU has a remote docking station at each location. So that in the event that the city needs to get into the right of way and do some maintenance or work, we have the ability to connect a temporary generator to each of those buildings independent of this generator for maintenance of the generator and for maintenance through the right of way. So that has been looked at from a life safety standpoint. If somebody goes out there and starts cutting things up, you know, we'll deal with it as it comes up as quickly as possible, but we have a stopgap measure to be able to put these buildings quickly back in service.
Paul, does that help you get over the hump?
Yeah, and again, my questions are not, I'm against this particular project, right? But you know, there's a lot of smart people looking at this, and it's kind of up to us to make sure. I mean, we're talking about life safety systems for some large buildings, right? That are and so it's not a light thing to have to wonder about some of these contingencies. So my intent of my questions is really just to make sure that that we've tried to think and can cover and consider any possibilities. Again, life safety of a large building like that is a big deal.
If I could make a comment, hopefully those duct banks are encased in concrete. So when they start digging with a backhoe, they'll hit that. The other thing, like you said, this is a private, basically utility not recorded by OOPS. So when you contact OOPS, it wouldn't necessarily come up. I'm not sure if they can somehow get on the OOPS notification. Yeah, it's something they could look at, but those are comments I had.
This is
Jim Samuelson.
I can confirm that
Doug Bank
are encased in concrete.
Mr. Samuelson, you faded on us. I heard you say concrete, but I didn't hear.
Yes, I believe it is encased in concrete. Greg Riley's on the phone. He can confirm that. That's our engineering.
This is Greg Riley. The duct banks are specified as concrete encased, and they have a warning tape above them that's detectable. There is a lot of activity in the alley, so I don't know how effective the detection tape will be, but it is there, and it is concrete encased.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll open it up now. Questions of any of the parties, really. We've spoken to Mr. Ghosh. We've had the chief has spoken, and enumerated number of felons in response to some of the questions raised by the members of the board. But are there any further questions of anyone by members of the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And maybe it's probably best to put up the, let's see, the generator yard enlarged plan. That's probably fine. So this is probably more related to watching the news lately. But to me, it looks like that you have a chain link fence around this enclosure. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, this is Jim Samuelson. It's a more durable enclosure than a chain link fence. It's a custom fabricated exterior wall that's 10 feet tall. We can pull the section up and look at that also.
Well, I'm just looking at, I mean, I see the wall that's in between the trash yard and the generator yard. The rest of the lines surrounding the generator look to be like a single line. Me being an architect, I look at a single line with some posts on there. It looks like a fence to me.
It is not a block wall enclosure. It is a fabricated enclosure wall. Kyle, I don't know if you can explain that in more detail. This is actually being worked on.
Yes, Kyle Elmer for Campus Partners. The fence, the exterior enclosure for the generator wall is an 11-foot. It ranges from 11 foot to about 10.5 feet based on the slope of the existing grade through the alley. It is a horizontal louvered system. I would say very difficult to climb, not a chain link fence.
Again, watching the news, can someone shoot a firecracker through there or firework through there?
The louver system is I would say probably 98% opaque. You will not be able to see into this enclosure yard. So shooting into or through the vertical fence, I would say would be almost impossible.
Any other questions?
Yes, can you go back, this is Chip Welch, can you go back to the cross section of the yard? There we go, okay. I was thinking about the trash dumpsters or the compactors and the water flow. I was just trying to think about where is that water going to run to? And it would appear based on your block wall separating the generator and the compactor, the water would run out to the street? Or do you have any type of drainage to keep it from entering the pit where the generator is?
This is Jim Samuelson. The pit does have its separate drainage, and it will gravity feed to the combined storm sanitary system. Same for the generator or the trash yard. There are area drains in the trash yard that are adjacent to that wall. The only thing that's depressed into the pit is the fuel tank. The generator itself and its sled base will be above grade or proud from grade, if you will, so that it will not sit in water at all or be exposed to any damage other than just normally sitting on a concrete pad. So,
Okay.
and note also that the generator is fully housed as well. So this equipment is not open air, and the trash compactors are not open air. They are fully contained. The dumpster, the compactor section of it has a door on the back that gets dumped, but the point of entry for trash into the containers has a door also, and they're locked. So there won't be, I mean, to the extent that it keeps people not looking to cause problems out, if somebody wants to come in here and bash open something, you know, we can't account for every level of that. We feel that we've created a pretty safe and safe environment and satisfied the fire department and city's request on this. And we think it's a better enclosure because of their comments, and we're happy with it, and I believe the owner's happy with it.
Okay, any other questions? All right, where are we as a board?
Maybe again to hear from Mr. Goshen, our fire official, as far as there's no objection to this and any additional conditions they may have, Mr. Chair.
That's fine, Mr. Goshen. Chief Sanders.
Mr. Chair, this is Amit. I'm in support of this appeal.
Chief Sanders here, fire is also in support.
Okay. Now I'll kick it back to my colleagues, whoever wants to begin with their thoughts.
Mr. Chair, this is Neil Gearing. I'm also in support of this.
Mr. Chair, this is Chip Welch. I support the variance with the recording of the easements or easement.
Thank you.
Or easements, I guess.
All right. Brad?
Yeah, this is Brad. You know, that seems like they've done everything they can possibly do to make this work in lieu of having the generators in the buildings where they should be. So I feel pretty comfortable with what they propose, the wall, moving the trash compactors out of there. You know, overall, you know, I think it's an acceptable variance in lieu of providing the generators in the building. So I would support it.
Okay, and then Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be supportive of it. I think we do have to put in a few conditions, and we've talked a lot about some different safety measures and some easements as part of our discussion. None of those items are required by code, so I think they do need to be conditioned. So if I'm going to draft some up, I'm in process, but I probably need a few minutes to do so.
This would probably be a good time. Let's do maybe a restroom break, go off the record for a few minutes, and we'll come back. Any objections to that?
No.
Okay, off the record.
I'm back.
So am I.
on mute, Paul.
Mr. Chair, ready.
Okay, do we still have the parties?
Ken Fisher's still here.
Okay, all right. I think we're good. Nick, we're back on the record, or Sam, whomever is reporting the meeting. Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Hold on a second here. Let me make sure. Okay, so I've posted up on the screen. Let me give a moment so those who are watching on the delay can see them.
It's up on my screen.
Okay, I'll start here then. The variance is conditioned upon the following. Number one, an executed copy of the approved easement agreement documenting the deed restrictions to the affected parcels shall be filed with the Franklin County Recorder. An executed copy of the easement agreements shall also be submitted to the Ohio Board of Building Appeals and the City of Columbus Building Department before a certificate of occupancy is issued to either affected parcel. Number two, the generator duct bank through the public right-of-way shall be registered with the Ohio Utilities Protection Service. The building official shall provide assistance with this item. Number three, the generator duct bank through the public right-of-way shall be concrete encased to the satisfaction of the building official. Number four, any building on the affected parcels shall be provided with a means to connect a temporary generator to provide required power in the event that the shared generator is out of service to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials. Number five, both the generator and adjacent trash yard shall be enclosed in a minimum 10-foot high opaque wall to limit visibility and access into these areas. And let me amend to the end of this. A concrete block wall shall separate the generator and adjacent trash yard. Number six, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, square footage, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein. Number seven, the above conditions shall be listed as a special condition on the certificate of occupancy for the main building structures on either of the two affected parcels. Number eight, the chief building official shall forward a copy of any certificate of occupancy to the fire department having either emergency response or fire prevention responsibility.
Okay. Let's begin with Mr. Fisher and or his clients. Questions, comments on those at this point in time, their proposed conditions.
This is Ken Fisher. The one question I have is with regard to item 2, and this is really just admitting my ignorance whether it's achievable.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. What's the question?
I'm sorry. It's really a point of clarification as to whether registration with OOPS of the duct bank is achievable.
And that's why I had for the city to assist with this particular item. I'm sure that the city has a means through their own services to be able to have this as a listed item. I mean, I don't know how to make this a well, maybe you don't have to if you can't do it thing. I would rather have you reach out to us after your attempt to do it and say, there's absolutely no way for this to happen. And we would look at modifying these conditions, but I think it's important.
This is Jim Samuelson, not an attorney, but can we say endeavor to the satisfaction of the building official?
Yeah, and who was that, by the way? Who just spoke?
That was Jim Samuelson.
Thank you. Well, let me move this over to Mr. Ghosh. Your thoughts on item 2.
Mr. Chair, I don't know what the process would be. If they can't do it, I can certainly report back to the board that it could not be done.
Could so I'm just, this is just off the top of my head. I rarely get involved in conditions. Someone might need to mute though. We're getting feedback if you're on telephone. But would we be able to say? And I endeavored. I heard Mr. Samuelson's question, but the generator duct bank. The generator duct bank through the public right of way shall, to the extent reasonably practical, shall, to the satisfaction of the building official, perhaps. I mean, I guess what, Paul, you're saying is you want them to make efforts to do that. They don't just get to punt on it, and then if it is impractical or impossible, then to come back. I'm just wondering if there's a way to save them from coming back with changing the language at 2 that really it's in Mr. Ghosh's sort of hands at that point.
Yeah, I'm an architect, Mr. Chair. So, you know, if a lawyer wants to somehow amend that language, you or Mr. Welch or the appellant to do it. Again, I think the intent is, hey, unless the Ohio Utilities Protection Service says they will not do it, I think it needs to be done.
I think you're registered.
This is Jim Samuelson.
Go ahead.
I mean, I agree with this. This is in everybody's best interest to have that identified in all ways possible, and we will endeavor to get this done. This is not something we're objecting to. If there's not a way to do that, I'm really surprised. Is where I would be at it, just as you probably are. So we're going to try to get that done, and use all means and methods that we can to get that done. I'm the architect, not the owner, but that's you know, I think they might agree with that.
Well, this is Keith Myers from Campus Partners. We have no objection to trying to get this done and trying really hard to get it done. I think it's in our interest, but you know, in the event that they won't do it or we can't do it, and then we have to come back. I mean, what happens then? Is all this rescinded? I don't understand. If they won't and can't do it, what does this condition obligate us to do? Do we have to rewind all this?
Well, no, you wouldn't have to, but you know, you don't know. Whenever you come back to the board, I mean, there could be issues that you know, you're at some risk. So that's a valid question on your part. For that reason, I mean, trying to spare you from coming back is probably a worthy objective, and I'm speaking for myself, not for my colleagues on the board at this point in time. But I think that if we were to just, and I'll, Chip, you've got the sheepskin as well as a JD. Is there a way that we could make that language contingent on efforts to satisfy the condition without them having to come back? You envision any language that would keep Campus Partners from having to come back for a modification of condition 2?
I mean, can we just add to the end of that, the generator duct bank through the public right of way shall be registered with the Ohio Utilities Protection Service. unless the Ohio Utilities Protection Service does not permit it.
Bingo.
Yeah. I think that would be.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that.
This is Keith Myers from Campus Partners. We have no issue with that.
Okay. Mr. Ghosh, Chief?
Mr. Chair, we'll be fine with that.
Fire would be fine with that.
Yeah, this is Brad Smith. I think you just go to OOPS and sign up as a member. You probably have to pay a fee, but I mean, Columbus has been on it and off it at times. So it's a voluntary thing to join OOPS. And I think it's that simple, but I can't say for sure. But
Okay, well, look, it appears to me that 7 of the 8 conditions were acceptable on their face as written. Paul just suggested a revision to item 2 that appears to have all parties' consent. Would it be worthy to read that one more time, Paul?
Yes, Mr. Chair, item number 2 shall be modified to read, the generator duct bank through the public right-of-way shall be registered with the Ohio Utilities Protection Service unless the Ohio Utilities Protection Service does not allow. The building official shall provide assistance with this item. And let me reread again item number 5. Both the generator and the adjacent trash yard shall be enclosed in a minimum 10-foot high opaque wall to limit the visibility and access into these areas. A concrete block wall shall separate the generator area and the trash yard to the satisfaction of the building official.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, that item 5 as read again, is that satisfactory?
I would defer to Redstone on that, Keith. I believe it is.
That's completely consistent with the drawings that we've submitted to the board for your review, and we have no issue with it.
Okay, and Mr. Ghosh and Chief Sanders.
Mr. Chair, we're in support of it.
That is fire.
Okay, very good. I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 20-0065. The appellant is Kyle Albert for Redstone Realty Company, LLC, for the premises 15 East 15th Avenue, 1800 Pearl Street, Columbus, Ohio. The appellee is Amit Ghosh, building official for the City of Columbus Building Department, and adjudication order number A/O 2020-005. I move that the variance be granted, subject to the conditions previously read into the record, and noting the no objection of the building and fire officials.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
You're muted, Chip.
You're presuming who's going to second?
Second, Mr. Chair, Chip Welch.
Thank you. Motion's been made. It's been seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, gentlemen, the variance is granted on those 8 conditions. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much.
I see where we have Mr. Bororka's on because I see he's identified. Susan had emailed me and she thinks that Mr. Ford and others are also available. Is that, Mark, are you online?
You may have to unmute. That's
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I had to hit the *6 there.
Oh, okay. No, understood. Well, how are you with us? Are you with us on phone or video?
I am watching you on my computer, and then I called in. But my laptop, I was having trouble, so you can't see me. But I can see you.
Okay. And then who is going to appear with you?
we should have Phil Friday from Harrington Group on. We should also.
I see Phil, he's on, okay.
Okay, great. We should have Clay Phipps representing the tenant on as well.
Mr.
If you
Phipps,
see a
you
Clay.
Mr. Phipps, are you on? That's not promising.
Someone just entered the meeting.
Okay.
Hello.
And your name, please?
Hi, this is Phil Friday with Harrington Group joining.
Okay. Yeah, I saw you on the legend here. I mean, I can see you on the screen, or at least your name. We're waiting on Mr. Phipps, and do we have the fire official? Mr. White?
The fire official is muted. He needs to hit *6. He is here. He just needs to hit *6.
Yes, Doug White with West Licking Fire is here.
Thank you, Mr. White. And we have Mr. Boric, and at least on screen, it appears we have him, correct?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're faint though.
Okay, does that help?
You're still pretty faint. If there's a way to set your volume, that would be better.
Okay, I'm turning it up. Does that help at all?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Okay, I'll do like Mark. I'll call in with my phone, but I'll be able to see things on the screen.
Well, you're fine right there. Just now, you just must need to talk in the microphone better.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine right now. Mr. Ford and Mr. Friday, can we proceed without Mr. Phipps, or do we need to wait?
No, this is Mr. Friday. We can proceed without Mr. Phipps.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to be able to make it this morning.
Okay.
Not in person.
We also have Ryan Leike from Van Trust Development, who is the project owner / developer on as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to call this case. It's the last active case on our docket today. It was set for 10 o'clock. We apologize for the delay. It's 10:52. It's a New Albany jurisdictional matter, and it's case number 20-0076. And it's referred to on our docket as Project Scarlet, CMH7 in New Albany, and New Albany's adjudication order is noted on the docket. I understand that we have Mark Ford is present as architect on behalf of the appellant. So is Phil Friday as a representative fire consultant. Mr. Phipps will not be with us, but Mr. Leike is with us. And then we have Doug White and we have Mike Bajorka. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Sounds like that's correct. Okay, so let's begin with Mr. Ford. State your full name, spell your last name, the capacity by which you're here. We'll go through the appellants in order, and then we'll do the same thing with the building and fire official. I'll have an oath administered, and we'll begin.
Great. My name is Mark Ford, F-O-R-D, architect with Ford and Associates Architects, and we are the project architects for this Project Scarlet.
Mr. Friday, Mr. Leike.
Yeah, my name is Philip Friday. I'm with Harrington Group, and I'm here on behalf of the tenant and project architect, and we're the project fire protection engineer.
Mr. Leike. Lidke, Mr. Lidke. Maybe he's not. All right, Mr. Bjorka.
Yes, hi, this is Mike Barica, Chief Building Official for the City of New Albany.
And our fire official.
Yes, this is Doug White with West Licking Joint Fire District.
Okay, so if the four of you, I don't know about Mr. Lidke, if he's there, it'd be nice if he could stand as well, but otherwise stand, raise your right hand, and our court stenographer will administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Very good. Okay,
I do.
Mr. Ford, I'll defer to you at this point.
Thank you. Thank you and other members of the board. We're here today to request variances related to Project Scarlet. The board is familiar with very similar applications that we've had for this particular end user for the building. It is a large international e-commerce organization in which we have completed other projects with in the state of Ohio and have requested similar variances. In particular, we will be looking to appeal items number 1, which is access travel distance within the facility, and appeal item number 2, which is the alternative means of compliance for OBC Table 1. That is where we will focus, I would assume, a majority of our time, and Mr. Friday will do a presentation related to that alternative fire protection system design. There is a third item that wasn't part of the adjudication that I did forward to the board just 2 days ago, which was identified during the preliminary design of the building from our structural engineer regarding ASC 7 and the current edition that's adopted within the building code versus the more current version, 2016 version, which would allow for a different, or actually more favorable, foundation and structural lateral design on the building. So we presented a letter from Shirk and O'Donovan engineers to outline the differences between those two design standards. So I don't know, Mr. Chairman, which, if you want to just save that for the end or address that first, since it is different than the items on the appeal, the formal appeal.
Let me ask my colleagues. I mean, is it before us?
That was going to be my question.
I mean, this hearing's triggered by an appeal to the adjudication order.
Right. Yeah. Well, this came out of a conversation between myself and Mr. Barica. We had the structural engineer had a conversation with him, and I don't want to put words in Mike's mouth. He can describe his concerns, but we requested the ability to use a more current standard of ASC 7 in lieu of the current code reference standard that's dated to 2010. And Mike was in support of doing this, but he said, hey, we have this hearing later this week. I would like to get the board's concurrence with allowing me to use this standard. So again,
right. I know.
Yeah, that's why we added it in, and I know it was at the last minute, but and again, if we want to just table that and not sidetrack the rest of the conversation, that's fine. But I did want to mention that is something that we had requested just in the last 8 hours.
Paul, have we allowed for amended adjudication orders, oral, verbal? Do you recall? In order to be able to, I mean, there's a real issue is whether we have jurisdiction over that issue. Paul might be muted. Paul might not even be here. Did we lose Paul? Susan, do you see Paul? Oh no, I see his desktop.
I was muted, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that.
No, I see now. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the past, we have allowed for as our previous chair had said, a gentle revision of the adjudication letter. So the building official could submit an amended adjudication letter with today's date revised, and get that submitted to us to pick up that item. But we would need the building official to agree to do that before we would want to hear that portion of the case.
Mr. Yorka?
Yes, I would agree to that.
Okay. All right. Well, that paperwork obviously is going to trail, but if you could get something into Susan pronto, sometime, maybe before the close of business today or first part of next week, that would be fine. So, Mr. Ford, I think.
Now, before we do that, just a little direction on that, Mr. Chair, to the building official is that it needs to be a notation of a code section that is not in compliance for it to be appropriate to receive a variance. It can't just say, can we use this as the reference standard? We have to call out the specific Ohio Building Code code section that contains that reference.
Right. Right. Okay. In order to get relief, we're going to have to cite to the code. You're capable of doing that, right, Mr. Bjork?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Sorry, I appreciate.
Well, so you can present on item 3 first, or you can present on items 1 and 2 with Mr. Friday first. It's up to you.
Let's do 1 and 2 out of respect for Mr. Friday's time. I just wanted to, again, I appreciate the board's consideration for that third item. So regarding, I'll just give you some general parameters for the building, and then I'm actually going to turn a majority of the presentation over to Mr. Friday, because it is as you've seen before with our presentations with Mr. Friday, they can be very detailed and very technical. So we are proposing, as I can see on the screen, a multi-story e-commerce fulfillment facility to be located southeast corner of Canton, the future of Canton Parkway and Beach Road, which will lie just south of State Route 161 in New Albany and what's called the Beauty Campus. This facility will have a ground floor area of 823,522 square feet, as illustrated in the site plan. You can see that it has loading docks on both the west and south faces of the building, with trailer storage to the west and employee parking to the east. Much like the other facilities, in fact, the ones that the board has physically visited in Etna, all employees will be required to enter and exit through a singular main entrance in the east face of the building. Having said that, there are obviously egress located around the full perimeter of the building for emergency egress, but on a daily basis, all ingress, egress will be accommodated through the main employee secured entrance. What's unique about this building is it is a S1 use with accessory uses of B and A3 for break rooms and some small training rooms in the facility, but it's primarily an S1 facility is the underlying use. It will be a multi-story facility. It has a large mezzanine that will be 14 feet above finished floor on the ground floor level, and on that mezzanine there will be a large area of robotics, small robots that will move packages from within this field and drop them down chutes into spiral chutes that will separate the boxes by zip code or area code. Above that, our first full floor level will be 28 feet 1 inch above the original ground floor. And I don't know who's controlling the screen, but if it's Susan, if you would be able to show sheet A500 that we have.
I think Paul's doing that.
Okay. That'd be great. Paul, if you would be able to show sheet 500, it may help with understanding the cross-section through the building. And it illustrates the various floor levels. So above that, we have our first full floor level, which is, I said, 28 feet 1 inches above ground floor level. And then above that, we have 3 additional floor levels that are each 13 feet 0 inches from floor to floor. So in total, we actually call this building a G plus 4.5. So we will have ground floor, which is the G, and then the plus is 4.5 levels. So we will have a intermediate level at 0.5, which is the mezzanine with the robotics on it, and then 4 full floor levels above that. So essentially, it's a 5-story facility. There you go. Thank you. So the uppermost floor level, one of the questions we often get asked, and rightfully so, is what is the highest occupied floor level, and are you looking at high-rise design? And the answer is our highest floor level is below 75 feet. It's approximately 67 feet, and that may adjust up and down, or a few feet as we get into the further design, structural design. But we will not be exceeding the 75 feet threshold for high-rise design. But you can see on this illustration that these are full floor levels. It would be very similar to the building that the board has reviewed that we presented a year or so ago for Toledo, for Rossford, Ohio. If some of the board members may recall that. What is new about this building is now we've introduced this robotics level for package sorting on this mezzanine that is shown. You can see it on the center section of this drawing that shows the mezzanine, that occupies that elevation of about 14 feet above the ground floor level. The challenge we have with this is, as we had in Rossford, is the construction type and providing an equivalent level of protection to the steel structure of the building with a very robust and redundant fire protection system that we believe will, provide a equivalent level of protection as would cementitious fireproofing or intumescent paint on the steel structure itself. We would like to leave the steel structure exposed, but again, using this fire protection system that the Mr. Friday's group has developed, will provide an equivalent level of protection as required by Table 601 for fire resistance of multi-story buildings. So having said that, that's my overarching description. The travel distance is based on just the general configuration of the building, where we do need to request an increased travel distance from 250 feet to 400, which the code does allow if certain conditions are met. However, those conditions are not met with this current design, in that we have more than one story and that we don't provide 24 feet clear for occupied levels. As I said, the occupied levels are 13 feet from floor to floor. So having said all that, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Friday, unless there's any questions from the board before we start Mr. Friday's presentation.
I do have one question, and I'm sure this question came up before. As far as the floor separation goes, how are the floors separated? Because I noticed in your summary document that you had that they are floors, and they are separated by floors, but I recall a lot of openings in those floors. So can you explain again how those floors maintain their integrity and not have openings between them?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. So as you can see, it's a little hard to see in this section, but one of the ways that the materials or the merchandise, the stored products are moved are through vertical shafts in the corners of the building. We also do have some HVAC. The building is fully air conditioned, so we have vertical mechanical shafts as well. So to answer your question, those are rated shaft enclosures where the shaft openings say for the product be moved from the enclosure onto the warehouse floor. There are rated fire shutters. There are rated doors into those vertical openings that are all tied to smoke detectors and to the building fire alarm system. And then where we have mechanical shafts, there are rated shaft enclosures that also have fire dampers for any ductwork or penetrations that would penetrate those shaft enclosures. So in short, we have a rated floor. Well, we have a floor system that has a metal deck with I believe 5 inches total of concrete on it. So we establish the floor rating through that, and then we also provide rated shaft enclosures for any vertical penetrations, as well as, and I failed to mention, we have rated stair enclosures as well from each floor level.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Friday?
Yes, thank you.
Let me ask, Susan had indicated, did Mr. Lidke or Leitke, have you appeared? Someone had joined the meeting after we began.
That was me, Mr. Chairman. I called in by phone so you could hear me better.
And who's this, please?
Mike Borica.
Oh, okay. All right. Great. Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Friday, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's nice to be in front of you all again after some time. As Mr. Ford indicated, there's many similarities to the last building that we presented. The last building that we presented was a ground level +3 elevated. This one is ground +4, same basic shell footprint, although on the ground floor there things bump out on the 3 of the exterior walls. If I may suggest, and we can do this anyway, what I'd like to talk through is the performance-based design analysis report that we put together. And so I can either ask that we look at a certain page, or I can share my screen, and we can do it that way, however you want to do that.
You can share your screen as a presenter on the right side there. There's a little share button. If you hit share, then I can direct it up to the screen.
Yes, I think I've requested that. Screen 2. So let me know when you all are able to see my screen.
We are. Well, at least I am.
I see it.
Yes, I see it.
Yep.
And which document is this, so that we can look at it also separately?
Yeah, this was recently shared. So this is the file name is Project Scarlet -G+ or G.4.5 -PBDA 2007-29 sealed.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Good. We've been all having to do a lot of this remote work lately, and trying to dial in the time delays and so forth. So appreciate you all bearing with me while we sort of get synced up. So I thought it would be good to go ahead and just start with what this facility is. Mark did an excellent job of describing it. I think because it's unique and similar to what you've seen before, it's worth going through again very quickly. So in the document, and this is page 60 of 101 of the PDF, the first page of the appendices are some facility plans. And so bear with me while my computer does some more thinking than maybe it ought to. And so this would look similar to what you've seen before, hopefully. But one thing to note is the ground floor is 823,000 square feet approximately. If you look at it from the standpoint of a rectangle, it's this rectangle that I'm moving my cursor around that is what the earlier template or prototype looked like. So significant changes that are worth considering are, we have some bump outs on 3 sides. And so the front of the building where the office bump out is located is almost exactly the same. And again, on the ground level, so there's a dock wall side here and a dock wall side on the bottom of the plan. But this is different in orientation than what Mark was sharing. And then over here on the left-hand side, you'll see an area that's been also bumped out, but it's for staging of carts, which is a new process or use that they're using. Other than that, the building essentially has the same footprint and layout. Takes a minute for these to change pages. So as we advance forward here, you see again the dock wall side on the bottom, and on the right hand side you can see a lot of parking around the perimeter. There's enough parking to accommodate the maximum occupant load that would ever be in the building during peak season, which is about 1,800 occupants. And so most of the year, the parking lot would not be full during those times of the year, October, November, December. This is what they anticipate to accommodate the associates. And so again, you can see these bump outs, and maybe if I zoom in here a little bit, you can start to see the perimeter of this or the outline of this mezzanine, or it's another robotic storage platform is what it is. And I think that some of you are familiar, but essentially what happens on this platform on the ground level is they're the same robots that you've seen before. They travel around. There's many holes in the laid out within the center of this platform, and the robots only carry an individual package. So they're a little smaller. They're not sized to pick up an entire pod. They're for sorting and really getting things to the locations that they need to be at the quickest. But that's about a 250,000 square foot mezzanine on the ground level, and then a few other mezzanines to support conveyors and so forth. So let me just move on here to our next layout sheet. Again, what I want to do is help you understand what this looks like as it compares to what you may have seen or remember seeing before. Here again, the ground floor level, you can see or will be able to see the outline of these platforms. I probably should have started with this one right here. And so over on the right hand, well, let's go over on the left hand side. So all of the product comes in these 7 dock doors that you see here on the lower left hand corner. Our guard shack is here. Everything inbound comes here. Everything outbound goes out of the remaining dock doors around the perimeter of the building. And again, what's going on this ground level is a lot of, there's no storage of materials. It's sorting, it's packaging, it's shipping, and that's all. So a lot of conveyance on the ground level. No storage. There's not an area of the building on the ground level that's defined or set aside for high rack storage, and so there won't be any of that. And then you see these. Let's advance forward through some of these plans so you can see. There's again the sortation mezzanine. You see these squares are holes in that platform. It's at a 14-foot elevation. The ceiling above it is 28, so there's about 12 feet of clear height there. This is just like one of the robotic storage platforms that you might be familiar with. All the occupants are located around the perimeter, and it is fenced. So where you see a solid line there, that would be a fence, a fence that prevents the people that are at the workstation operations from going in or anyone else. So it's a restricted area, just like we see on the upper levels of these buildings. Advancing forward, this is a roof level layout, very similar again, but you see the bump outs, the break room, multi-level break rooms on the backside, and then what's happening on these upper levels is at the perimeter is where all the things and materials go up and down. And so this should start to look more similar or familiar. And so this is the first or second story. Again, this is a 5-story building, about 3.7 million square feet or 3.8, forget exactly how that adds up. And all of the materials going up and down do so through these rated shafts. And as Mark described, those rated shafts are protected with fire smoke dampers, fire doors, shutters that are coordinated with the conveyance to ensure that in the event of a fire scenario, we isolate those and prevent the fire or smoke from traveling in between the levels. This looks very similar as we go up higher, and I think that's one more plan I want to pull up that's back in the report itself is the material handling plan for those upper levels, which is I think something that you've seen before. Maybe I'm gone too far there, I apologize. So there it is. And again, so this is what the upper floors looks like, bit of an eye chart. It hasn't changed. And so what you see, the green, let's see how well this resolves. And I don't know how well it resolves for you on the other end of an internet connection, but everything inside the red boundary is inside a fenced perimeter. And so these gray shapes that are on the outside of that fence are the employee workstations. And so all the way around the perimeter, you essentially have what some people have referred to as this open racetrack where the associates are located, and then your rated exit stair enclosures are distributed around the perimeter, where associates that are on these elevated floors are very, very closely located to a rated exit stair tower. There are people that enter the robotic storage field periodically, and this does happen daily, where something may fall off of a pod, something happens with one of the robots, or they need to go address something at a charging station or something of that nature. But by and large, these areas are not populated continuously. So they are areas that are entered into for maintenance and then exited out of. And the people that enter those areas have special training. They wear special equipment to communicate with the robotic system. They wear a dual radio pack and are able to, the wireless access points are able to see where they are and so forth. So it's an area that's very restricted and has a lot of safety protocols to make sure that people are able to get in and out safely and aren't having to dance around a robotic system that doesn't care whether they're there. That makes sense. So as Mark mentioned, there are really two alternates here that we want to talk about, and probably the most unusual of which is the construction type for the building. So as a building of this size, it is required to be with this size and this many floors, where it exceeds 2 stories. It needs to be a type 1A construction by the prescriptive code requirements, not just in Ohio, but really anywhere. And so as we started to look at what it would mean to do to provide 3 hours of encapsulation for a structural steel in a building like this, which is very unusual in terms of multi-story facilities, we started to recognize there were some challenges with that. One, using intumescent paint required so many coatings of the steel, and the cost was so enormous that it was just something they weren't going to build. And so we went back to cementitious spray applied fireproofing, something that maybe more of us are familiar with. And one of the things that really bubbled out of that analysis is this building with 25,000 pods on a level, 1,200 robots, all of those things moving around constantly. This building is a living, breathing animal, and so even though the floors are uniquely designed and are very flat, and the structure is over designed to make sure of those things, the building does vibrate, and so it was expected that no matter how well you did it, if you did cementitious spray applied fireproofing, that material would probably start flaking off and having an impact on the robotics. And so we were asked to look at what kinds of things could be done to deal with that issue. And so that ultimately pushed us into thinking about alternate methods of design and thinking about what are the prescriptive code requirements related to passive protection of the structure intended to achieve. And so also what we sort of came to was that it's a belts and suspenders approach that the code has or embodies in many ways. And it wants to ensure that if something goes wrong in one way, in other words, your fire sprinkler systems fail, then the building is able to withstand an additional level of heat that it would be exposed to, or the building structure, and would stand for a longer period of time. The hour durations related to the fire resistance ratings aren't necessarily realistic as far as you can specify 3-hour protection of a structural steel supporting a building, but there's not been any real evidence that those buildings, once you install them, or those systems, once you install them, would be able to withstand that much fire for that long. And so what we started to look at was, well, if we design the fire sprinkler systems and add enough things to those systems to meet the intent of the code related to the passive requirements, we think we may be able to get there. And so what we did was look at a way to try to limit fire sizes below the point where they would ever have that kind of impact on a steel structure like this, and then add enough redundancies and reliabilities to the system to minimize the chances of failure. And so we took this sort of the scales and tried to balance them in certain ways. And so there's a table here, and one of the pages coming up that I want to pull up. So bear with me for a second. It goes through, and let's further back. Excuse me. Don't hesitate to interrupt if you have any questions. We're going to feed you through a fire hose, but try to get it through it quickly. You all are familiar with this already, some of it.
I have a question. This is Brad Smith. What's the basis that the building vibrates, causing flaking off of fireproofing? Is that just what you think is going to happen, or is there some evidence to that effect?
Yeah, Brad. That's a great question. I don't know that we have identified a scientific report or analysis that would say that. I do know that it's 20 years as a fire protection engineer, and working with a team that has the same level of experience, has done high-rise buildings, has had to go look at buildings after constructed. Some of the evidence that came out of the World Trade Centers certainly indicated that a lot of that material was not on the steel. I don't know how that impacted the performance of those structures, but there's seems to be a general agreement that material is not the best at staying put, if you will, and especially where there's other trades coming in and maybe having to chip away a piece of it to attach their hanger and so forth. It's a lot of installation coordination that goes on as well. So there is that expectation. We did talk to several contractors who specialize in the installation of that material, and they agreed that that was something that needed to be monitored and looked at over the course of the building's life and use. But it's an excellent question. I think it's based on experience, feedback, But I don't know that there's any scientific studies that would say this is what happens.
This is Paul Began. Let me, just to follow up to that question. You do have fireproofing in some earlier facilities. Has there been any issue with that in any of the other facilities that were built with the fireproofing?
No, Paul, thank you. I actually don't think we have ever had any fireproofing in any of the buildings that we've constructed as part of this program. So,
Yeah, Phil, this is Mark. The only place I can recall that we've had fireproofing has been in the A55s, which is Etna. We did have fireproofing in the center of the building for stair J that accessed the AR mezzanines and extended it out to, it was that one rated corridor that kind of, split the building in half. We always refer to it as stair J, but it was right in the middle of the building. So there was fireproofing there, but it wasn't in the context of over or within the robotics field. It was limited to, protecting the steel associated with that stair.
And I asked that because it was only the last case that we provided a variance to that item. So is it different construction classification, those other buildings?
no, thank you, Mark, for answering that, and Paul, absolutely. We have for the rated exit passageway on the ground level. I guess we did do fireproofing to achieve ensure we had a full 2-hour rating for that enclosure. But no, the construction type of this building would be the same. They have gone to a composite joist construction for the 4.5, which is different from the other building. And we actually did another round for the initial design. We did a 4 full-scale test at UL, and then when the new open web or composite joist construction became something to look at, we went and did another round of tests at UL to look at how the sprinkler systems perform and how the steel temperatures were impacted by different fire scenarios.
When you say composite joist, you mean composite bar joist?
Yeah, it's a composite joist system, and so I do mean that.
Okay.
It's composite joist system, but there's Nelson studs that are attached to the joist members to kind of connect the framing system to the floors. And what seems to be an interesting feature of the building from a structural engineering standpoint, and I am not a structural engineer, but what seems to be very interesting is that there are no control joints in the building. There's one expansion joint in the center, and so they achieve that through a very unique floor design, and so the composite joist with the Nelson studs and macrosynthetic fibers and different things that do to the concrete mix make it a little bit unique that way.
Okay, you can continue.
So this is a slide you've probably seen before, and so or an exhibit, if you will. And this really outlines what the construction type alternate consists of. So we start with what the code says we need to do, which is 3 hours of protection for steel. And of course, we're using an alternate design, and then really dive into the details of that. So if we looked at our storage array on the upper levels, again, there's really no storage on the ground. There's staging, and we do consider that in this overall analysis. But if you look at what's needed, you get to about 0.3 to 0.5 gallon per minute per square foot discharge density, and code would have you use either a K11.2 or a K8.0 standard response sprinkler to protect that storage. We strongly believed or felt that we needed to have a suppression mode type of sprinkler protection for these floors, and so the difference between control mode and suppression mode, that is, in control mode, you're only expected to contain the fire to the area of design of your sprinkler system. And so these systems that would be density that are mentioned on the left-hand column here would be 0.3, 0.5 gallon per minute per square foot over a 2,500 square foot area. Newer suppression mode technologies let you, because of the amount of water you're able to discharge through very large heads, and by making sure that those sprinklers activate very early in the fire development, really reduce the fire size. And suppression is almost like extinguishment, although in some scenarios, the fire department does need to come in and has a job to do in terms of putting the fire out. And so ESFR sprinklers are suppression mode sprinklers. Early suppression, fast response is what ESFR stands for. And so we're using a unique sprinkler protection for the facility throughout. But mostly as it relates to the hazards on the upper levels, we're using an extended coverage K25 pendant sprinkler with the quick response operating element. It has a dual listing with UL. It was initially developed for rack storage configurations, but has proven to work quite well in a lot of different configurations. Something I'll point out real quickly on that sprinkler is its lifted spacing is about almost 200 square feet per sprinkler. So you can go about to 14 by 14. We constrain that and limit that to 10 by 10 or 100 square feet. So about half of what it could be spaced at. We're not trying to use that and then space it out so that you get we save money on the sprinkler protection. We want to make sure that these sprinklers operate very early and are very effective in putting fires out or reducing the heat release rate to a level where there is no impact of the structural steel on the building and reducing smoke production significantly. So that's the increased sprinkler design that we use for the building. As far as reliability and redundancy, we're doing a couple of things. So one is the building will have two independent sources of water. So as opposed to in a typical warehouse facility, you would only see one. Sometimes that's the public system. Sometimes if the public system isn't adequate, you'll see excuse the background noise. You'll see a tank on the ground connected to a pump. And for this building, you will have one tank and pump, which is your secondary water supply, and either a connection to a public utility that's the pressure is boosted by a pump, or a second tank and pump. And so I don't know if we're that far down the road yet on the water supply analysis, but there's two different sources of water supplied to the building. So the on-site feed arrangement is also unique. And so even though on these larger warehouse facilities, you typically would see a loop because that's hydraulically advantageous. Sometimes it's not something required by code, but we'll have a looped underground supply for the fire sprinkler systems. Each water system or water source is tied into that loop separately. And then those water sources are interconnected to create a level of reliability that starts to look like what you might do for a nuclear project or very, very critical project that you're working on. And so we don't just have one loop, we have two. So there's an underground loop around the perimeter, and then we have an interior loop that is sized to be able to supply the fire sprinkler demand, fire standpipe demand, and so forth. That runs around the perimeter of the first floor at the ceiling level. So have two completely separate loops, and of course, as everyone probably understands, a loop by itself has inherent reliabilities in that if you put sectional valves in it, as you should, and as we do, that even if there's a break in that loop, you can isolate that and it can still operate. Here we have two loops, and both of those loops have sectional valves located so that if there's a break at any point, we don't have any systems that are out of service. And then the last piece is the water supply duration. And so we size that, we make sure that both water sources are sized to provide, again, the sprinkler demand, standpipe demands, all of the water-based fire protection system demands in the facility, as well as the fire flow requirements that are needed by the fire department. So our minimum tank size is 360,000 gallons, which is 2,000 gallons a minute for 3 hours. But that comes from what's typical for fire flow requirements for fire departments. And so that's the kind of the high level overview of the alternate related to or the design features that are implemented into the building to address this alternate method of design related to the construction type. I'll say one more thing, and go ahead.
You have 2 pumps then?
We do.
Okay.
We do, and they're both diesel engine driven pumps. So
they're not electric pumps then?
They're not. A decision was made some time ago, and this is something certainly that could be discussed, but the agreement was, why try to worry about the reliability of electric utilities across the country? Why don't we just install something that doesn't have to worry about that? Of course, there's counter arguments to that, of course, but they are both diesel engine driven.
This is Neil Gehring. Are the ESFRs provided throughout the entire structure?
Neil, they are. They're provided on all 5 levels, and so there have been, as we started to build, and now we have a number of these, 10 or more, maybe 20 of the G+3s built. There's a number of G+4.5s that are now under construction. We've learned some lessons about it. There's beam pockets around the perimeter where the structural framing and the exterior wall are 6-12 inches apart, and how to deal with sprinkling those beam pockets and things like that. But the sprinkler protection, the K25 extended coverage ESFR, is used throughout. So it's used on all 4 elevated levels, and then on the ceiling of the ground level, underneath the platforms on the ground level, we use an extended or an extra hazard group 2 density in those areas.
Can you tell me, how does the system function? From there's I guess it's activated by a flow monitor. Is that right?
The sprinkler systems themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the sprinkler systems themselves these are flooded, pressurized sprinkler piping networks that cover the entire floor area. And so each sprinkler has a fusible element. As soon as that fusible element hits its operating temperature, it activates. So there's no electronics involved in the activation of the sprinklers. The monitoring, of course, is electronically done.
And then there's what kicks on the pump?
Pressure drop would kick on the pump, so there's pressure transducers on the downstream side of the discharge check valve. And as soon as it sees that pressure drop, I think it's 10 pounds off of the static pressure that's maintained at, the pump will kick on, and if it continues to go down, the second pump would kick on. But they're operated by pressure drop.
Okay, and then that starts the diesel engine. It drives
and that starts that's right. That starts the driver for the pump. And the driver, of course, spins the motor or the pump. Go ahead.
Are these diesel engines, are they inside the building?
So in typical configuration, the diesel engine, so the 2 diesel engine driven fire pumps, let me go to the facility plans again here. So for the tank and pump configuration, you would have, maybe I'm hitting page down on the wrong page here. Yep, there it comes. So for the tank and pump, that pump house is connected to the tank. So this is the pump house, and this is the tank, and it's we're not showing that. It doesn't show the piping on this drawing. I apologize, but that would kick on based on a pressure drop, and then the other pump is located on this side. So you can see here if I zoom in. Now, this is I'm showing you template plans, so not plans specific to this site. A lot of work to be done still, based on the part of that, based on the outcome of this hearing. But this is how we've typically configured these. So we have one water source on the other side of the main dock wall, and then the other one is connected here on the right-hand side.
So I assume there's a fuel tank with the pump in there?
Yeah, there would be a fuel tank in the pump house. That's typical for fire pump rooms that have a diesel engine driven pump. The tank doesn't exceed 660 gallons. I forget what that threshold is, but it is typically located inside the room, and your fuel connection can be located inside or outside.
I mean, because like diesel fuel, I think it has to be, you can't let it get cold, I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So
do you test them then? I mean,
no, we do.
How do you do
great
that?
questions, Neil. So there's a few things that are done. So one is diesel engines that are listed for fire pumps. They have block heaters. That's not unusual to a diesel engine, but they have automatic block heaters. They have two battery systems that are set up to start them in case one fails, the other will start. And then the room is maintained above a certain temperature. So all those things are monitored by a diesel engine fire pump controller, and you'll get alarms associated with any one of those if something is not in shape. And so the pumps are ran. I think code requires you to run those every 30 days. That might be the old requirements. They may be a weekly now, but that diesel engine, much like a generator, is required to be operated every 30 days. The good news is that when these diesel engines are ran, they're run up against a load. In other words, they're deadheaded, and they're creating real energy. One of the things that makes I'm gonna digress into a whole another thing. But if you're familiar with dieseling and some of the engine issues with generators that happen, something that's not as big of a concern for a diesel engine driven pump.
Hey, Mr. Friday, let me just stop real quick. Nick, are you okay? Our court stenographer?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm hearing everything.
Okay, I just didn't know if you needed a break.
No, I'm okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Friday.
Very good. No, these are great questions. Appreciate the back and forth and discussion. So I think I've gone through the alternate related to construction type and the things that we're doing to offset that, and then the testing and information we've hopefully transmitted to you that helps you evaluate it. I'll say this. I should say this. In the full-scale fire test that we did, we embedded thermocouples into both the structural steel, either composite joists or I-beams or girders, on the top flange or core of those members, embedded thermocouples in the steel columns. It's an interesting experience to go to UL and do that work. The building where the full-scale testing happens is right next door to the one where they evaluate passive fire protection of structural elements, and so all the furnaces are located there. And there's someone who has developed expertise in embedding the thermocouples and doing it consistently for the testing, and so we had them do the same thing for the floor assemblies that we built in their facility. So we've done some really unique things to try to support this design, and so structural temperatures in all of the sprinkler fire scenarios that we conducted never exceeded more than 300 degrees Fahrenheit. And that temperature may not be meaningful to anyone. It wasn't to me. It's certainly, again, as a non-structural engineer, but they have pass-fail criteria for storage fire sprinkler protection. And one of the pass-fail criteria is how hot did it get at the ceiling? And so they have an piece of angle iron that's pulled up to tight to the deck in their lab, and that ceiling moves up and down. But the fail criteria in a UL test for whether your sprinkler system worked or not is what one of those is. And there's 5 thermocouples that are installed in this piece of angle iron, which are right above your ignition location, which is where that's going to be hottest. And the fail criteria is if the average temperature of those 5 thermocouples exceeds 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So an average temperature of all 5 thermocouples exceeds 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit over a 1 minute, 60-second period, or a 1 minute or 60-second period, that's where you fail. The 300 degrees Fahrenheit that I mentioned that's the peak instantaneous temperature that was measured, and it was always measured right before, just after the sprinkler activated, and then things cooled down quite a bit. So I know this is a technical group on this board that can appreciate how much of a delta there is between those 2 parameters. So that again is really everything I wanted to say about the construction type alternate. And I'll pause for a second and ask if there's any questions about that before.
That's a good segue. That's a good segue. Susan has advised me. I wasn't. Our 4-hour runtime is up when? Susan?
Okay.
I'm sorry, you have about 15 more minutes.
Okay. Otherwise, we're going to have to go through a new invite process. So, in any event, let's see what we can do in before we get timed out. And then, Susan, if we have to do new invites, that still allows the public to join.
Well, in that case, the attendees that are on right now would need to email me so that I can provide them with a link, since I don't have time to put it on the website.
I mean, we don't want to do this not in sunshine and have the potential variance. All right, so let's see what we can do. I'm going to just questions of Mr. Friday at this point in time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Paul Began. I do have a question. So the last one that we saw last year was Freddie over in Rossford. I remember seeing the video for the UL test that you had done. In that test or in that structure, and you tell me if there's different, it seemed like all the steel was in beams, and I understand that this is open web joist in this one. Is that a difference between the 2?
Mr. Began, that's an accurate statement. That is a difference between the 2. We showed you the testing that we did in 2018 using solid beams, and we built 2 structures in UL's full-scale lab last summer to do the same testing with the composite joist. I just want to say one more thing. The girders are still solid beam. The intermediate supporting framing members are composite joists.
So you've done similar testing for the open web joist?
We have also, and almost twice as many tests. So for the solid beam construction, we did 4 full-scale tests, and for the composite joist, we did 7 to make sure we fully evaluated it.
And then I do have a question going back to the fireproofing. I mean, you had stated that it's a big cost to do the fireproofing. What's the project cost and what's the cost to do the fireproofing so that we can understand, and again, with this, we've seen, probably half a dozen of these here, and they're continuing to build more and more and more. So I don't see money as being a hardship, but I'd still like to understand what that cost is.
Yeah. No, you make a great point. Money is not a hardship, right? That's obviously if you look at it or understand who this tenant is, and you understand that that's really not the issue. I think I would let the developer speak in terms of what the project cost is. Let me say this about the cost as it relates to the fireproofing. But I also want to point out one thing, and that is I think the way the code guides all of us, it is if we're under the alternate methods of design provisions, it's not necessarily about proving a hardship, because our only hardship, if we had one to try to prove, would be that if there's time or there's money, and those aren't things that we should all be considering in terms of life safety, firefighter safety, safety of occupants, and so forth. So saying that, I think that on the 4.5, and these are trying to translate numbers up from the G+3, which is what you saw on Freddie, about $20 million to do the cementitious spray applied fireproofing, and then about 2 to 4 months to install it. These are adds to the, a base schedule or cost. Intumescent paint was almost 100 million. It would be in excess of 100 million for the G+4.5, or this building we're presenting, and then up to, if not exceeding, 6 months on this construction schedule to put that many coats on that much tonnage of steel.
Okay.
And again, I probably need to hear a little bit about the construction cost for the project. And again, I agree with you on that point, but I mean, and in the bigger picture of things, I mean, you're asking us to allow you to do a 4.5-story unlimited area building, essentially, right?
It's a 5-story building, Mr. Biggin, absolutely.
Pardon?
And it is a 5-story building, and has it's labeled 4.5 because there's 4 elevated stories. I just want you to understand. I mean,
yeah.
And so it is 1 story taller, and it has these bump outs around the perimeter on the ground level that make it about 1 million square feet larger than the prior one.
And right, and what I'm saying is, the request is on the bigger picture of things is, hey, we're taking an unlimited area building, which is limited by the code, and extending it many stories, and then taking one of the requirements out as far as the fireproofing goes, right? So, you got to look at the sum total. Hey, we're giving a lot of leeway to allow this to happen in the first place, and then as part of this request, well, let's get rid of one of the systems as well too. So I think on a standalone, all right, in a normal type 1A building, that might make sense. I'm trying to keep in perspective that for a 5-story unlimited area building, does that make sense? That's all. I just wanted to keep that in perspective.
Well, we appreciate that. It's on one side, it sounds like we're asking for a lot, right? On the other side, I think now that we've talked to a whole bunch of people that smarter than I am about this whole approach, it really seems to make sense in terms of, hey, if you're able to install systems and then make them so reliable that you can have a lot more faith in the fact that they're going to operate and do their job, that keep fire sizes lower or down to a point where they're not going to threaten the structural steel's integrity, then you've done what the intent of the code is related to the structural steel. Now, then there are other arguments and discussion, but I certainly understand your points. And
okay.
I have one question, Carl. Do we have any response from the fire official?
He's on the call.
Oh, he is? Oh, okay.
Yes. Yep. Why don't you want to divert? We'll do that now.
I would like to hear it from him.
Okay. Mr. White?
Yes, sir. I've reviewed all the documents, and I'm very familiar with the facility that we have here in Etna. I just have a couple of questions. Other than that, I'd like the questions answered first before I make a statement, if I could,
Okay,
please.
so you're gonna ask me the questions, and then I'm gonna kick them to either Mr. Ford or Mr. Friday, because I can't really allow you to make inquiry of another party in a case because it'd be the unauthorized practice of law. So you can direct those questions to the chair.
Okay, so to the board, I would like to ask, the water tank that they're providing, the 360,000 gallon tank, is that supplying both fire pumps, both fire loops? Is my first question.
Yeah, Mr. Friday? Did we lose him? Mr. Friday? No, he's still there.
No, I just got disconnected, and I got disconnected right as Chief White was starting to say what his question was. So
okay, Chief, you want to ask me that question again, and I'm going to deflect it to you.
No problem. I'm just to clarify, I'm not the chief. I'm actually the fire marshal for our fire department. Sorry. So my question to the board is, the 360,000 gallon tank, is that supplying both loops and both fire pumps?
yeah, so the 360,000 gallon tank, and there may be two 360,000 gallon tanks after we've done a complete water supply analysis in that area. But each tank by itself would be able to, each tank is supplying both loops, or I'm going to say it differently. It's supplying each loop separately. And each tank by itself is capable of supplying a full 2,000 gallons a minute of fire flow for the fire department's use.
Okay.
And that size, by the way, Fire Marshal White, is based on what the annex material of the code says. Again, a lot of work that needs to be done in discussion and as it relates to what are the fire flow requirements locally. I think you know the code would point us to 2,000, but we want your input in that regard.
Okay. Yes. Then I have one more question, if I could address to the board too, is you have two loops for this project. Are they both being supplied off the main water main off of Beach Road, or is it going to be, yeah, where all are they coming from, I guess?
You can answer that.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you. I apologize for jumping around here. So each loop separately can supply, it is fed from each one of the water sources. So one water source we know is going to be a tank and pump. The second water source many times is a pump connected to the public utility. But if the public utility doesn't have enough flow and pressure to provide or meet all of the demands that we need to meet, then that's a second tank and pump. So if you can think of it this way: if a 767 flies into one of your tank and pump houses, the other tank and pump house can fully support all of the fire protection system demands in the building, and vice versa.
Okay, that answers all my questions. Are you asking for
yeah, to try to get what your comfort level is with this?
Okay, so based on the information, I spent a couple days reviewing the information they supplied, and we don't oppose the variance that they're asking for at this time.
Okay. Let me move Mr. Bjorken. With respect to the first two items.
Yes, we're confident that the full-scale fire testing, as well as the fire and egress modeling analysis that they had demonstrated to us. Again, we've been in several different meetings and several different conference calls about this facility and the design approaches that they've had tested and the modeling they provided. We feel it's meeting with the intent of the code for this specific project, and and protecting the building systems and providing safety to the occupants. So we're acceptable to these two.
Okay. Questions by members of the board of either Marshall White or Mr. Bjorka? Again, limited to items 1 and 2. Okay.
Well, I have a question for Mr. Friday. This is Brad Smith. What you're asking us to determine, from what I can tell, is if the system you're proposing based on the performance design is equivalent in quality, strength, effectiveness, resistance, durability, and safety, and I take that out of the Ohio code, to the code prescribed fire protection of the structural steel. And, the prescribed method is to provide 3-hour fire protection on the structural steel. And there's sprinklers as well. Now, you keep talking about sprinklers, you're improving the sprinklers, but aren't they separate items, the fireproofing on the steel prescribed and the sprinklers? I mean, you're really substituting the fireproofing with your system, is that correct? That's Mr. Friday?
No, right. Mr. Smith, that is correct. We are.
So we're.
That's true.
So, I mean, I'm looking at what the code, I mean, you quoted the Ohio code is a little different than what you quoted in here, which is 104.11, which is, I think that's international code. But anyway, I guess my question is concerning durability, which I'd say is reliability, the prescribed application of fireproofing, what's the reliability of that versus the reliability of a system that has pumps and diesel engines and starters and batteries and things like that? What's the reliability of the two? I have no doubt that your calculations are correct, but in the overall scheme of things, as time goes on, what's the comparative reliability of the systems? One system is prescribed and seems like, I don't know what fireproofing can happen to it, but it seems like it's going to be there. Your system has to be maintained, it has to be tested, and maybe replaced after a while. So if there's a fire and there's a problem with one pump or a starter on the pump, it doesn't work, then the other one has to kick in.
Brad, if I may, this is Chip Welch.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump in front of Mr. Friday. From a firefighting perspective or fire protection perspective, I would rather rely on a system. I understand your point in the issues that go along with fire pumps and testing and all of that stuff, but there is no requirement for testing or anything on fireproofing application once it's applied. So yes, somebody has to test the fire pumps and the systems regularly, but at least those are being tested and inspected versus a passive system that once it's applied, that's it. I mean, and from my experience and I'm not an engineer, but I would rather, from a safety standpoint, see the steel in this structure be cooled by an ESFR system than a passive system that allows the heat to build, because we're going to go with the fireproofing instead.
Let me ask another question, I guess, for Mr. Friday. Is the system actually sprays water on the steel? Is that right?
It is. So this is the question you've asked is a great question,
so it has to go
Chief
up.
Welch, I appreciate your. It does, and so it's exactly the reason why we've used the. So the sprinklers are about 14 inches below the ceiling on each level. An extended coverage sprinkler has a flatter discharge pattern. So if you think of a fire sprinkler as having a discharge pattern, it looks like an umbrella in 3 dimensions, if you will. And so with an extended coverage sprinkler, you end up with a much flatter discharge arrangement. And some of the things that we've done in the testing is to look at how much water sprayed on the steel. We were focused on that very early and realized, well, there's plenty of water being sprayed on the steel. We shouldn't have to worry about that part. And what ends up being most beneficial, which is what Chief Welch alluded to, is the fact that if you're able to put the fire out or really limit it to any size that would be a challenge to most fire departments, volunteer including, then you are achieving the same objectives. The question that you asked fundamentally is, how do we prove that it's equivalent in safety to what prescriptive code requires? And the other adjectives that are used. And that's the tough part, because the code just says, well, if you do it in a prescriptive manner, then you're assuming a certain level of safety that's undefined and not been mathematically quantified. And so there is some judgment that has to be exercised, and it's not an easy place to be in terms of evaluating it. We certainly have become comfortable with it. We want to do everything we can to make you all feel the same, but it does becomes a difficult question to answer.
Well, I mean, there are such things as building fire risks analysis that would probably take into account reliability of pumps and versus fireproofing.
Yep, and that's a great point as well. And we have done that. We engaged a firm recently on a different project in a different location, Weiss Jenny Elsner, who investigated the Trade Center towers, and they also, or let me say it this way, they were engaged to review this, and they did a probabilistic risk assessment of what we were doing based on the code provisions and so forth. And so we do have that information. I would share it with you, but it was for a specific project, and if we needed to do that for this specific project, we could certainly do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see that. Yeah, I mean, how did it turn out? That
it was it's probably the most validating thing that I've ever read in terms of analyzing what we're doing as it relates to asking for this kind of alternate. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, what is the comfort level on items 1 and 2 by members of the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Chip Welch. I'm fine as to items 1 and 2 with the variance, subject to the conditions that I've got prepared.
Mr. Chair, I have a pretty good idea what the conditions are, and I'm also fine with the variance. This is Neil Gehring.
And Mr. Chair, Paul Began, as with the last case, again, this is in a bigger context request to make a 5-story unlimited area building, which is already beyond the code. And as Brad mentioned, right, there's 2 required systems. We're augmenting one system and taking away another one. I don't think I can necessarily support that.
Okay, Brad?
I mean, Paul, could you say that again about the unlimited building portion?
Well, I mean, the code does not allow a building of this size to be this many stories, right? Because of the ability for a fire department to provide response, right? So an unlimited area building, that's limited in height, and so that fire department personnel can have their apparatus drive around the entire building and attack a fire as they need to. In this particular instance, they can't do that. All of the firefighting activities would have to be accomplished through the enclosed stairwells to get up to them. And so because of that, because of the size of the building and the construction classification that is required for that, we're already going pretty far beyond, to me, what I think is reasonable, despite the fact that I may agree that, yes, the sprinkler protection may, the increased sprinkler protection that is being provided may indeed do what they're asking it to. But again, how many safety systems do we want to take off of this when we're already extending as far as it is? So, you know, that's the code is set up for a reason, based on history and all the things that we've learned. Yes, we are increasing our technology and our ability to do different things, but you know, the code doesn't really allow that. So I think if we're going this far with this big of a building, I would be more inclined to say, well, let's keep it safer rather than take away the safety.
All right, back to you, Brad.
So an unlimited would be 1 story.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
You can do a 2-story unlimited area building under the code.
Okay. Well, this one's 4 stories, I guess, so, okay.
It's 5.
But in any event, Brad,
But it's okay. Well, it's not.
Go ahead,
really
Mr. Friday.
but
Go
it
ahead.
is 5 stories.
Dr.
No,
Friday.
I'll say this. So type 1A construction is one of these thresholds where as soon as you get above 2 stories, every building has to be type 1A. And up to 100, 200, I don't know if we've ever gotten to that point. I mean, this group's the reactions are absolutely valuable, and you thinking about the right things. I will say in closing, this type of building is not something that the code ever thought about. You know, the code is, some say written in blood. It embodies and encapsulates certain things that we believe need to be provided in order to make sure people are safe. The idea is we're able to get people out, and the fire department's able to respond and deal with it, and hopefully make decisions. Like if the fire's so large, they don't go inside. This is not a hotel or a hospital or somewhere like that. The occupants are awake and aware of their surroundings. They exit much faster than the modeling would indicate, but certainly appreciate all of the perspectives.
Okay, well,
I supported the last one. I think I can find my way to support this one as well.
Okay. All right. So, Chip, you've spoken. Neil, you've spoken, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
And one last point, Mr. Chair, just for the record, and again, this is different from the last building that we are doing open web joists, which are going to have a lower threshold for failure just because of the size of the members as well too, is adding to my concerns.
Understood. Understood. Would the board care to deliberate on items 1 and 2 now, or hear from Mr. Ford as it relates to item 3 that will be forthcoming in Mr. Bjork's amended adjudication order?
I think we should deliberate on 1 and 2 in case we get timed out.
You know what? I agree with that. Good. Okay. Who's going to handle proposed conditions, if any?
I'm trying to share. There we go.
I've been communicating with Susan sort of back channel. She says we're still, it appears, still recording, and we may have gotten some extended time through Commerce Department, whatever. So let's just keep plowing forward though.
Can everybody see the conditions that should be posted?
I can.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Friday?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. So as to items 1 and 2, the condition number 1, the occupancy for each of the 4 upper floors of robotic storage shall be limited to within 50 feet of the perimeter edge of the floor and to a maximum of 250 persons per floor. Occupancy within the robotic controlled access storage areas beyond the 50-foot perimeter shall be allowed only for maintenance personnel. Number 2, an automatic activated smoke exhaust system shall be installed to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials. Number 3, additional fire alarm notification devices shall be installed to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials. Number 4, high piled rack storage shall not be permitted in the building. Number 5, testing data for the roof joist shall be submitted to the satisfaction of the building official. Number 6, the building official shall forward a copy of any certificate of occupancy to the fire department having either emergency response or fire prevention responsibility. And number 7, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, square footage, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required therein.
Okay, so comments, Mr. Ford, Mr. Friday, Marshall White, Mr. Bjork. More questions?
I just have, this is Mark Ford. I do have one question on number 5. I just want to understand, you're saying roof joist, and based on our previous, I guess, comments throughout the hearing, is this intended for the UL or the testing that Harrington conducted for the composite joist for the floor structure? So if so, I mean, we can provide that information. It is provided in the report. I just, the word roof joist is what I wanted to get clarification on. Or is this intended for the floor joist system?
What I would do is add floor and roof joist to that condition if I were composing them.
Okay. I just wanted to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Mr. Friday. I think that condition came about because perhaps at the time of the last hearing we hadn't gotten all the data from the test that we did in 2019 on the composite roof joist, or the composite joist, excuse me, adding confusing. But we tested 2 different ceiling heights. One was the roof level, peak roof height, and the other was the floor, the intermediate floor. So we can certainly, we're happy to. I'm surprised that we haven't already given you that information, but we will.
Well, I think as part of an alternative design, which is what you're proposing, the UL testing data needs to be submitted as part of that design. And I think the condition is just set up so that as part of the construction document set of the alternative design, those UL testing data needs to be provided.
Agreed.
So, Mr. Chair, condition number 5 is revised to read testing data for the floor and roof joists shall be submitted to the satisfaction of the building official.
Okay, Marshall White and Mr. Bjork, are you conditions as a whole and the restated number 5, are those satisfactory to New Albany and the fire official?
Yeah, this is Mike Barica, and it's satisfactory to the city. Yes.
This is Doug White with the team, and yes, it's satisfactory for us as well.
Okay, Mr. Ford, Mr. Friday.
I can agree with each of the conditions as stipulated.
This is Mr. Friday. I can as well.
Okay. Do we want to entertain? Should I entertain the motion now, or should we? Well, we probably should. I'll entertain a motion at this point in time.
Do we need to do item 3 if we're going to do a motion?
Yeah, I mean, we could, that's the thing, because I don't know what her order said. I think we could deliberate on 1 and 2 now. We don't know what's going to happen to item 3.
Well, item 3 has been kind of discussed in the past. It has to do with earthquake, the code, and using the most current ASCE seismic design code versus the old one that's referenced in the current building code. Right. So, I mean, we've actually had that before. It's an updated earthquake provisions that are in the ASCE document. It was 2010, now it's 2016. So.
Okay, but I'm just, as a matter of procedure, I guess we've already really, let's hear from Mr. Ford on item 3 then, as a supplement to what you just said, Brad.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good summary. That is the request. Our structural engineer provided an analysis based on the geotechnical information we received on the site, and as part of his initial design, had identified that under the current ASCE 7, which is the 2010 edition, we would actually benefit from the use from using the more current ASCE 7 2016 standards, which does revise the seismic criteria for the building design, and so it's a request to use the more current ASCE thank you, standards in lieu of the currently referenced standard in the Ohio Building Code.
Mr. Bjork, you're in favor of that, correct?
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion with the structural engineer from Sherco Donovan, and as you mentioned, we have we've asked for this variance before on other structures to where we're looking to approve this data based upon a code that has not yet been adopted, but we were pretty sure it will be in the next code cycle for the building code of the state of Ohio.
Okay, comfort level on item 3 by members of the board.
Like I said, I've already considered this on previous jobs, and I mean, I was for it. And I'm surprised earthquake controls on this job actually, but.
Other members of the board?
I would have no objection to that, Mr. Chair.
I'm fine with it.
I am too, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're going to have, if I can read tea leaves correctly, we're going to have 3 items contained in a motion. And Mr. Began is probably going to vote nay for items 1 and 2, but yay for item 3. I'm trying to figure out how we facilitate that.
Oh, Mr. Chair, in the past, we've bifurcated them before.
Okay, sorry. So I'll entertain a motion then for items 1 and 2.
Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 20-0076, the appellant is Van Trust Real Estate for the premises project Scarlet-CMH7 at Beach Road and Ganton Parkway in New Albany, Ohio, 43054. The appellee is Michael Barica, building official for the City of New Albany Building Department, and adjudication order number NA 2020-002. As to items 1 and 2, I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read into the record and noting the no objection of the building and fire officials.
Okay, that motion's been made as it relates to items 1 and 2. I'll entertain a second.
This is Neil Gearing, I second that.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so items 1 and 2, variance is granted as to items 1 and 2 on a 4-to-1 vote. I'll entertain a motion. I think it's without condition as to item 3.
Is it without condition, or I'm unclear?
Well, this is the, you're right. I guess maybe I jumped ahead. Mr. Bjorka?
Yes, this is without. Yes.
Okay, so then I can delete this condition that I had put in there. Okay. Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 20-0076, the appellant is Van Trust Real Estate for the premises Project Scarlet-CMH7 at Beach Road and Ganton Parkway in New Albany, Ohio, 43054. The appellee is Michael Barica, building official for the City of New Albany Building Department, and adjudication order number NA 2020-002. As to item number 3, I move to grant the variance, noting the no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second?
I second it, Neil Gehring.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 3, variance is granted as to item 3. Just make sure you get in the amended adjudication order sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Barica. I'll take care of that first thing Monday morning.
Very good. Okay, well, I think that that concludes this hearing unless there's anything further to hear.
Mr. Chair, I thought the last time we had one of these hearings, we asked Mr. Ford to name this after us, and that obviously has not happened. I'm disappointed.
What name would you prefer? I tried to go with some local flavor. Yeah.
The Carl Schneider Project, or
the Carl. Okay. Project Schneider. Okay.
There we go.
We're gonna name the next one Steer.
People will think that's some bunker in Germany.
No.
So, okay, all right, we stand adjourned on that hearing. Thank you,
Okay, well,
all 4 of you for presenting. You know, those are significant issues and helping us work our way through it. Best of luck on the project.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. All right, moving to a couple ministerial. Yeah, thank you. A couple ministerial things on our docket. Case number 20-0073 has been continued. Case number 20-0075 has been withdrawn. Case number 2 fire cases, Columbus Fire 20-0059 has been continued for 60 days. And then Westchester Fire, case number 19-0137 has been continued to August 17th. We approved our minutes for July, I think it was 5th yesterday, so I don't think we need to do that. But we selected some dates for September. So I think all we need to do, unless there's anything further to come in front of the board, is we need a motion to approve preparation and compensation for ourselves. Did we approve compensation for ourselves yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would move to have approval for preparation and compensation to the board members for July 31st.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, hey, Nick, thanks. That was long effort. We probably should have taken a break at some point in time, but appreciate your assistance. Susan, anything else?
No.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the weekend.
You too, thank you.
Do we need a motion to adjourn?
Oh, yeah, we do, don't we? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, we stand adjourned, and I do probably need to say this for the public record. Our next meeting, we will convene, this board will convene on August 11th at 8:30 a.m. And as of now, it's scheduled to be done virtually. So now we're adjourned. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Good weekend.
Yes, bye.